much in love, they can't see the error of their ways. Blinded by the supernatural haze, secrets some have taken to the grave. That's the game the devil plays. Dreams, visions, sent you on a mission from on high. Who's the zombie now? Everything you ever had is gone. Everything you thought was right is wrong. Broken hearts are left to carry on. Now you're both where you belong. Dreams, visions, it's a new religion of the lie. We're too young to die. Mommy and the zombie killers. World is ended come July. In love, they can't see the folly of their ways. Burning with a dark infernal blaze. Doctrine that will put you in the grave. Let the demons out to play. Dreams, visions, giving you permission, taking life. Die, Mommy and the zombie killers. World is ending come July. We're too young to die, Mommy and the zombie killers. It's all over come July. The zombie now, Mommy, Mommy. Who's the zombie now, Mommy, Mommy. Who's the zombie now, Mommy, Mommy. Who's the zombie now, Mommy, Mommy.
Anyways, oh, look at the zombies. Forgot I did that. I'm so sorry. That's terrible. But it is zombies. Or at least in pop culture. What's up, everybody? Hey, Donna.
Hey, everybody.
What's happening? No news is good news, right?
I think she's going to act a fool, though.
Up in here. Up in here.
Up in here.
She done lost her mind. Up in here. Up in here. Hey, she has not made us lose our minds, allegedly. So that's good. The jury may be out on that, though. Anyways.
I mean, just think about it. If you got called to jury duty, you might be a little wondering what's going on. But after 2 days of seeing it back home, you're going, who is this damn lady that is causing, she's making more trouble for herself.
I just thought of something when you were saying that, how Tom Evans recalled how prosecution or people who worked in the court, I don't remember who he said exactly, but how they handed the jurors barf bags the day that they were going to show the kids' remains and everything. And then how the tables have turned, and she's with the barf bags and afraid to bias the jury. And TV, she don't want to be on TV. And I'm just saying, the tables do turn. It's totally irrelevant to what you said, but I don't know. It just kind of made me think about that a little moment.
Yeah, she just you think you got it figured out, but I mean, there's no way you could like you wouldn't really want to know exactly how her brain works, but trying to figure it out, it's just like
Yeah,
she's predictable and she's not predictable both at the same time.
Right. She's something else, I'll tell you that. I want to play this. I mean, I haven't watched Nate cover it, but I don't know. He did this update and then he did another one an hour ago. So this was 2 hours ago, and then he did another one an hour ago. And it could be the same. But yeah, let me go to the newer one. And that way we can spend half the time. let's hear what it's about.
And I'm gonna get down off here and look to see what's happening over on Twitter. I'll be back.
All righty. Thank you.
I'd come on and update you. Sorry if this is blowing up your devices this morning. Too much Nate. Too much Nate. I'm going to sneeze. I want to give you an update. The judge has issued an order that Lori Vallow Daybell appear in court this morning. I'm going to give it a minute, though, because right now it says that nobody's watching. Yet I got a thumbs up.
Oh, poor thing.
I have no one watching, but I got a thumbs up. That's kind of cool.
There's 7,400 people in the chat over there right now.
So let me tell you, everybody, beautiful morning, by the way, in downtown Phoenix. Sun is out. It's warm. Not too hot, though. A little humid.
I am. That's the second one.
All right. We have people joining. I came on about 30 minutes ago and said that the jail told me that Lori Vallow Daybell would not be going to court this morning unless the judge ordered her to go to court.
Oh, he going to order her.
And then I got in the car and started to drive here, and I got another email from the sheriff's office saying the judge has signed an order and Miss Daybell will be in court this morning. So the update is she's on her way. She might already be there.
Yeah.
Maybe she'll drive by here as I'm walking.
Read the notification.
Overhead. We're close to the airport. So should be an interesting day. Lori Vallow Daybell has been ordered to return to court and likely explain her sickness, her illness, see how she's doing. The judge the other day ordered on Monday that she undergo a medical evaluation at the jail and get some sort of diagnosis. And then the way I read it, the judge wants her to file a motion of continuance or something. Her defense team would likely need to file some sort of motion or something that says, we request that the trial be put off due to illness. I have not seen that. I don't believe anything has been filed. I do know that Lori yesterday or 2 days ago was feeling sick. We saw that in the courtroom. She said she was feeling sick. She did not want to go to court, but the deputies told her she needed to go. She needed assistance in putting on her street clothes, which will be interesting to see today.
What about a rag belt? She got a rag belt on.
Or her jail uniform outfit. I would imagine she'll be in street clothes because
she was yesterday.
If the judge
or day before
this trial needs to go on, then jury selection will begin today because we have, as far as we know, 54 potential jurors brought down here, likely arriving any moment now. They park off site and then they take a bus down here. Now, it's possible that they were all alerted this morning that they no longer needed to come. I have not learned that information yet. We'll know here shortly if they start congregating upstairs that they were told to come. I don't foresee the judge sending them home again for a third time and asking them to come back tomorrow or Friday or even next week. He might just dismiss the entire panel, which, it took them a bit of time to convene this panel. It can be hard when you have a high-profile case to get enough jurors who have not heard about the case, about the story, about the people involved. So that is yet to be seen. Maybe the judge says we got to continue it, and maybe you can monitor from a room off site if you're still sick. Maybe Lori says she's well enough to proceed today, and they do begin.
Oh, hello. What's he doing? Mad
Good
dash?
afternoon.
He looked like he was hiding from somebody. Okay, so there's that. And then until court starts, I was watching this morning, and it was pretty interesting. I think I'm going to contact Rich because I've been dying to talk to him. He just seems like a really well-rounded guy. You know, like I don't know. I've always liked him, and I wish he was testifying. You know, I feel like it's justice for him too. I mean, that was strenuous, according to this interview and other interviews that we've seen of Rich. But this was Brandon Boudreaux's private investigator, Rich Robertson, speaks out about the case. And hold on, I'm gonna read some of y'all's comments real quick because they were cracking me up. So, Jermaine says Hooker. I mean, game over, Hooker. Love it. And Zero says, I haven't followed very close, but I know when I had the flu, there were a couple of days when I really could not work. I think she was pretty much over the worst when we saw her. I agree. And then, of course, Donna said, per Justin Lum, Daybell is in a regular chair at the defense table with her counsel. That's bad when you have to specify if she's in a wheelchair or a regular chair. Lainey says she has recovered. It's a miracle. Men tranced, or is it me entranced? Crush, are you going to the trial? Hell no. I'm going to it right here with you, right here through the screen. I was going to go, when my mom went, which my mom is there now, but I want to go for sentencing. So Jason's been watching the plane ticket prices, and yeah, I mean, you have to think I had about 2 times in the hospital, like while Jason was in the hospital for a stretch of 2 weeks. So it's kind of crazy right now. And she's just going to suck the life out of me if I go there in person. I know better. It's like, I know me. So I've seen her. I've been there, done that. I haven't lost anything in there, but I mean, I would love to if it wasn't so taxing, but it is so taxing. Plus, I don't want to get her cooties. But I want to go for the sentencing. I'm trying to psych myself up for it. She got food poisoning from Satan tacos. Thank you, Nene G. That cracked me up. Lover of Pun says magic recovery when her shenanigans didn't work. Lamisa says Jesus's favorite has recovered. Go tell it on the mountain, y'all. I realized yesterday, she may be Jesus's favorite, but we know she doesn't worship the same Jesus. So it's the dark Jesus, allegedly. Donna says, per Justin, Judge Boreski is in court now. No jurors yet. We will be on the record with Daybell. Beach Bum says, translated beings get well faster. Didn't y'all know? Yes, they do heal faster, according to their doctrine. Jody says, she's a phony. Love Always says, I would love to be a friend of that judge and hear what he really thinks. Wouldn't you? I would too. Lori G says, oh, poor thing. Barf. Lover of Pun says, wish we could see this, right? Streetwalker clothes. That's in quotes. That's in quotes, Vix Tex. I know. That's what I chuckled out loud on that one. She is a streetwalker, huh? Lamisa says, Beach Bum translated being sponsored by Tylenol, cold, and flu. Heather Rose says, Judge Boreski is in court now. No jurors yet. We will be on the record with Daybell. Of course, that was at 12:17 Central Time, so that's 5 minutes ago. So let me get back on the horn over here. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We have one too, who, well, it's hard to talk about whenever I never know if they're going to be like logging on. But yeah, we have one whose mom is always sick. You know what I mean? Always sick, always so sick all the time, except for whenever she doesn't have them. And so he tries to do that too. And I'm like, no, bud, if you don't feel good, okay. And then Donna says, the courtroom or go. Oh, I missed one, I guess. Yeah, I've been drinking so much water, but my tongue's like sticking to my mouth. Okay, I'm missing some. Oh my gosh. I'm never going to catch up. I'm rolling back. I wish it would just automatically separate them like it does the super chats. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Lamisa. That's so sweet. I know. And we didn't break. We didn't break yet. We have not broke. She will not break us. Right? And either JoJo or Juju or JoJo. I don't know.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to put these posts in here in StreamYard because it'll do the whole thing. And it's going to say it's from you, but you're going to know it's not from you.
That's
so
fine.
you'll know it's
I usually
a tweet.
don't type when I talk. I usually don't type when I talk. So I can't do two things at once.
These tweets are
from
coming
the channel.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, because I always give credit or try to anyway. Okay, cool.
Yeah. They heard. It's coming from the channel, so that's what matters. And plus it makes it easier. It does. It for some reason it'll carry them on. But it will double show because I have it hooked up to my Facebook, so it'll post one for YouTube and post one for Facebook. Yeah, but it's fine. I do it all the time.
Yeah.
Okay, so you posted this. There is no clinical condition she is dealing with per MCSO. Judge wants to move on with this, but Daybell is fighting it. She was evaluated at 12:30 p.m. yesterday. Well, good. Glad to see she's on the ball.
Trace is posting some things too. She's saying that there's a sidebar and the jury says jury selection will go on.
Got it. Okay. I'm not fast. Like you're way better at this part.
Oh crap. I just put another one in the regular thing. So I'm going to get up here so I don't be saying crap on your.
There was a sidebar. Judge says jury selection will go on. Maybe not opening statements. Oh man. I'm ready for opening statements, y'all. Let's see. Thank you, Trace. I hope you had a good birthday. Judge says no reason she cannot proceed. Yes, we are entering Daryl Brooks' face at Lori's trial. I've been thinking that too. Yeah, she called another case of lioness. She has a headache, says Trace on the case. She's giving us a headache. Tell her. And then I say Donna because she's Donna to me. She's Donna in real life. Justin Lum says sidebar is over. Judge Boreski says the court intends on proceeding with jury selection today. So bootstraps, girl, bootstraps, huh? Heather Rose says Lori is sitting in a regular chair in street clothes. I don't see a wheelchair in the courtroom per Nate Eaton. Thank you. Yeah, welcome in, everybody. Hey, Marilyn. How are you? Let's see. Oh, thank you, Dr. Vonda Kay, for sentencing ticks. Thank you. I appreciate it. We have I want to say round trip right now. It's fine from Lake Charles and coming back. It's like 387. So that's really not bad at all. Trace says 6 jurors are still missing. Oh my God. Get a lasso, round them up. Get on the wheelchair. Get them. That's crazy. Thank you again, Dr. Vonda Kay. That's very sweet of you. Kay is in front of you. Tap her on the shoulder and tell her, well, hold on. Let me think of something. Tell her crush is watching you. No, don't tell her that. And then Love always says, isn't this grounds to show that she cannot follow court procedure and not be able to represent herself? What does she have to do? I don't know. I really don't know. Okay. Can't see Lori's reaction. Okay. Uh-oh. Let's see. Let me go back to the other one because I see it broke off. Oh my gosh. Maybe not. I don't know what that EEN means. Oh, okay. They're kind of backwards. All right. Nate says sidebar is over. Boreski says court will proceed with jury selection today. Quote, depending on how things go, I don't know if I will make the parties do opening statements or not. That remains to be seen. The court has not been provided any. Oh, okay. So the court has not been provided any medical explanation as to why court cannot proceed today. Although the defendant said she had a headache and was not able to proceed, she seemed to be of sound, don't say mind. Oh, he says. She seems to be of sound mind and able to proceed. Ugh. Check his temperature too. Oh, look, Facebook does a whole huge one. Look at that thing, takes up the whole damn screen. But it's in one. That's all I'm saying. Oh, yeah, thank you. She absolutely knows what she is doing. She's been doing this since she was born. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, thank you. Lori says, I can't stand when the jury comes in. Oh my God. Whatever. Sit down then. You'll look rude, Lori. You'll look rude. They'll see you faster for who you are. Yeah, they have medication. They have probably good medication. I used to love those little, I forget what they're called, but they're like 2 in a little packet. You know, they usually have them. I worked at a refinery. They were really excellent for headaches. Oh yeah, Kay is in front of you. Okay, I'm catching up. Per Joe Schmo, MCSO says Lori was assessed Tuesday, treated for one issue, but no clinical reasons found that would prevent her from attending court. Lori disagrees and said it's the clap. I'm just kidding. I added the clap part. Sorry, we needed a little funny, okay? And no one is asking her. Her victim was almost given a permanent headache, right? Lori is a migraine. Mm-hmm. Lover Pun says, watch her start building box forts just like Daryl Brooks. She left out a word. She should have said, I can't stand it when the jury. Oh, I can't. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, we have migraines regularly. She can go. My mom would say, take 2 Tylenol, and if you still feel bad, I'll check you out. And then, you know. Okay. All right, let me try and focus here. Sorry. Nene G says Botox withdrawals are intense. Yeah. Oh, God. Nate says we are waiting on 6 jurors to show up. Judge says we will be in recess until they arrive. Everyone stands. All rise, except for Laura Horror. Yes, ma'am.
That's what I was coming up here to tell you, is that they must be in a recess because they've all stopped tweeting for a minute. So,
oh, man. They'll be outside.
Well, I don't expect them to take that long to knock her in the head.
Yeah, give her a real headache,
But
right?
She as a innuendo, what is it? Gossip innuendo. She said that Lori needs a boncation. She said that the judge needs his gavel to have a thing that just reaches out there and lets her bonk her on the head.
Right. I wish one of these judges would use their damn gavel. I mean, I want to hear, you know, I want to hear some gaveling.
Trace just said they may not come back till after lunch. How can that be? These people have lives. I mean, are they getting paid $300 a day to come up there when they're missing?
They don't have lives. They're waiting for Lori. They just rotate around her and they just wait for her to give direction.
everybody that goes down there does not get $300 a day.
No.
There's a form you have to fill out, and in order to get paid, you have to show your rate of pay. Like if you make $15 an hour, that's what you'll get. If you make, up to $300 a day. So most people will not get $300 unless you are making $300 a day, and then you might get them to pay it to you. But you have to fill out a form, and I don't know how long that takes, for you to get that money. But these people are missing their jobs, probably having other people pick their kids up and do stuff with their kids. All kinds of stuff's going on, and it's not making them feel any better about her.
Right. Oh, I love BC powder, by the way. Not sponsored, but it will. I will. I like
My
the
daddy
green
took
for
those.
arthritis. What?
My daddy took those BC powders.
Yeah. They're not great tasting, but hey.
I think it's just aspirin and Tylenol and caffeine all powdered up together. It just goes into you a lot faster.
Yeah. It breaks it apart for you.
Yeah. And
hey,
that's why I like the liquid Advil and the liquid stuff, those kind of things, the liquid ibuprofen, because it's, it goes into you faster. It depends. If I'm hurt and I want something.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm reading. And so, did you hear what I said? Lori has a clap. So.
Yes. That is. She probably
she can't stand up because her head's so damn heavy from all that knowledge. She from all that higher learning school she goes to, zero. She's elevated, right? That nose stays up there too, so it could be in the nosebleed section,
and everything she like somebody calls her on. You didn't never really hear me say zombie. That's not a word I used.
Mm-hmm. I'd be like,
like this translated stuff, she told these people all this, but if you ask her about how she can be translated and have a tummy ache, she would probably say she didn't say that. It's
right. Yeah, but to challenge her too, it's like I say, it's gotta be like polarizing to be inside her brain and just being like, oh, it's black, it's white, it's black, it's white. It can't be anything else. It's just got to be black or white. And so she has to like cover it in both, Yeah. It's crazy. Cuckoo, Cachoo. Who's Abernathy? That is one of the backup counsel. I don't, my words, they leave me a lot. Not relief counsel.
Well, you want to play that, and let me get out and look and see, and I'll pay attention. And if they come back, I'll throw. I needed
you to help me with my word, Donna. I was looking for standby counsel. No, I will. I'll play it. It was interesting, I think. So, this interview here, but yeah, we will do that. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Trace. Thank you. Oh yeah, I can't remember stuff right now. Yay. Let me calm my brain down for a second. All right. So this is, again, Rich Robertson speaks out about the case. Brandon Boudreaux, he was a private investigator for Brandon and then my mom and dad as well. All right. Like to hear it. Here it goes.
How did you meet Brandon? How did you get involved in this case?
Well, Brandon reached out to me back in October of 2019. He contacted us, said he needed some help, wanted to meet with me on a weekend. And so I went down to my office on a Sunday, and he came in and just started telling this incredible story of cults and murder and just bizarre stuff. And I was having a hard time actually keeping up with what he was trying to tell me. He was clearly anxious and fearful.
Poor thing.
He had just been shot at and he was convinced that somebody might try again, and he was in danger. His kids were in danger, and he didn't know what was going on and where it was going to come from. So he was looking for help.
So this was just a matter of days after that attempted shooting on his life.
Yeah, I think it's like maybe a week or so later. He didn't feel like the Gilbert police were doing enough and quickly enough.
And so at the time, did you all know, did he know that JJ and Tylee were missing?
No. We knew that, I mean, my focus at that point was finding Brandon's wife, Melanie, finding Alex Cox, and finding the Jeep, because those were everything involved in the shooting against Brandon. Right. So I found Alex and Melanie together, loading up furniture at a house that Melanie had been renting, and they loaded it up in this U-Haul. I never saw the Jeep because, as it turns out, it was already in Rexburg. And so, you know, I knew about the kids in those first conversations, and I knew about Kay Woodcock, and I knew that she had not had contact with the kids, and it was just sort of added to the story. At that point, Charles Vallow had been dead for a couple of months, and he was convinced that that was a murder, even though the local police were viewing it more as a self-defense. So he wasn't getting his satisfaction. He really didn't know what was going on.
Now, as a private investigator, at that point, what do you do? Because it seems like it's a complicated story. Your client almost lost his life. At that point, no one knows if the kids are dead or alive or whatever, and you're focused on Brandon's case. How did you begin that initial investigation?
Quickly?
Well, the first off was just to try to find Melanie. And I knew that she had this rental house, so I went to that neighborhood and just started talking to neighbors and leaving my card. And I checked out the house. It looked like somebody had just left. There was still towels hanging on the fence out by the swimming pool. There was some kids' bikes there, and it looked like somebody had just gone grocery shopping. There was no car in the garage. The garage door had windows, and I could see in there. There was no car, and the neighbors were telling me that they hadn't seen her in a couple of weeks. And so I just left my car. Said, if you see anything, let me know. Then I I made contact with Melanie Gibb because I was aware from what Brandon said that Melanie Gibb was part of that small group of people with Lori and Melanie Boudreaux. And so I went and knocked on Melanie Gibb's door, tracked her down, and told her I was looking for Melanie Boudreaux. And she said she didn't know anything about it.
Oh, yeah.
Told me to leave, basically. Wouldn't talk to me anymore. I slipped my card under the security door. And I left. I assumed, just based on her reaction, that she was on the phone with Melanie before I ever even hit the end of the sidewalk.
Does that surprise anybody? I mean, that's just his speculation, but still, that sounds like our Melanie's for sure. I was just like, God, that woman, Melanie Gibb really pisses me off. And then Melanie Plowski, the fact that she's not being charged, indicted, held accountable, that pisses me off also. Then Lori, that's a whole nother layer. There's layers of this.
She said she didn't know anything about it.
Didn't know nothing.
Told me to leave, basically. Wouldn't talk to me anymore. I slipped my card under the security door. And
so wait, hold on. I'm gonna write this down because I want to know when in the timeline.
Where it had windows and I could see in there. There was no car. And the neighbors were telling me that they hadn't seen her in a couple of weeks. And so I just left my card. Said, if you see anything, let me know. Then I I made contact with Melanie Gibb because I was aware from what Brandon said that Melanie Gibb was part of that small group of people with Lori and Melanie Boudreaux. And so I went and knocked on Melanie Gibb's door, tracked her down, and told her I was looking for Melanie Boudreaux. And she said she didn't know anything about it. told me to leave, basically. Wouldn't talk to me anymore. I slipped my card under the security door, and I left. I assumed, just based on her reaction, that she was on the phone with Melanie before I ever even hit the end of the sidewalk.
She just loves Melanie.
It was just that kind of reaction. So I figured at that point the word was out that I was looking for people. And then I found, I was out on Halloween trick-or-treating with my grandkids, and I started getting phone calls from the neighbors.
Okay, but that is also Melanie Boudreaux and Brandon Boudreaux's, that would have been their 11th wedding anniversary. Or, well, I guess, yeah. They were sealed in the temple October 31st, 2008. And that would have been, I just find it very coincidental that okay, so Lori and Charles were married for almost 13 years, or around 13 years. And after 10 years of marriage, and if your spouse dies, you can collect Social Security and for your children if you've been married 10 years or longer. And so, I mean, Melanie Boudreaux, let's see, they separated around June, but everything was starting to fall apart. October 31st of 2018 would have been a year before this move, to Rexburg by Melanie Boudreaux. What would have been, so it was their 10 years in 2018, October 31st, and it was 11 years, October 31st, 2019, when she actually did leave. But I mean, things started to fall apart around November, right around their 10-year mark. I just find that very many me of Melanie Boudreaux to follow right in her aunt's footsteps there. And I'm sure it makes me wonder, I wish we had her device. I pray to God it comes out. I mean, they did. Where did I see that the other day? Where they did get data information from, I want to say Melanie's phone, but don't quote me on that. I'll have to find it again. Oh, that would be awesome.
Neighbors saying there's a U-Haul backed up to Melanie's house. So that's when I headed down there, and that's when I saw Alex and Melanie together loading furniture. And that lasted into the next day. They came back and loaded more. They left a bunch of stuff out on the curb, a bunch of kids' toys and clothes with a little cardboard sign on it that said free. And that was kind of creepy.
I'm taking notes.
I followed them to a restaurant and watched them, kind of sat at a table next to them and watched them interacting. They seemed pretty stressed.
Damn it.
I followed them to Zulima's house. That's where they were staying. They parked the U-Haul outside of her house. They stayed there overnight. And they took a weird kind of trip up east of Phoenix.
This is weird.
The next day, came back.
For what?
And stashed the U-Haul in a parking lot outside of a sporting goods store for a day. And I was actually sitting in the parking lot watching that U-Haul when they showed up. Alex and her showed up in her car, and they got out. Alex got into the U-Haul carrying a duffel bag, a military-style duffel bag, and she got back in her car, and they drove off and headed straight to Rexburg.
Wow.
So
is that kind of the first sign or signal you had that they're moving to Idaho?
Yeah, we knew that Lori had already moved up there, and presumably with the kids, and that's what Kay was saying.
And that's how Brandon was able to tell.
And of course,
Mom
the trick there is the reason I knew that they were headed to Rexburg was while they were loading the furniture into that U-Haul, I slipped a GPS unit onto that U-Haul, and so I was watching everywhere they went. And but the scary part was that Brandon had left Arizona with the kids and gone to his parents' house outside of Salt Lake City. So we knew that Alex and Melanie were running around knocking on doors all over the Phoenix area, at former friend's house looking for the kids. She even posted on social media offering a reward for information about where the presence of her kids. But Brandon was hiding them. Now they're in a U-Haul headed straight in that direction. Watched them head out of Arizona, straight north to Flagstaff, across the border. Ooh. We had no idea if they had gotten information and maybe headed toward Brandon and the kids. So it was like air traffic control from here. I was on the phone with the American Fork Police. We had vehicle identification. I had pictures of everybody. I knew what the license plate was. I knew about Alex's criminal history. I provided all this information to the American Fork Police, and they were ready. They were positioned all over the place. And then we, on GPS, watched them drive right straight past. They were within a few miles of the house where Brandon and those kids were.
And Correctional Health Services indicated that from a medical standpoint, we do not find any clinical indications.
I'm sorry. Hold on.
Is that correct, Mr. Vito?
Yes, Your Honor, and we have additional information.
Playing in my ear.
It's not much, but.
All right. All right, let me turn to the defendant.
Thank you, Donna.
Your Honor, first of all, can all of this be sealed? Anything that having to do with my medical? I don't think that's something that all of this needs to be sealed, including the minute entry and
hold on,
the response from MCSO, all these things.
I can seal the response from MCSO, yeah, but to the extent, well, do you have any other information you want to provide me as to why you're not medically able to proceed? Right now, the only objective information I have is that you were assessed and CHS sees no clinical indications of why you need to miss court.
They told me
If it's something you want to discuss on sidebar, we can do that.
That would be great.
All right, I'll ask.
Oh, what's she gonna do about her headphones? Why don't you put two heads together and just have one earphone? 4 heads. Lori's is too big. I wish we could break into it, but that would be criminal. Hey, KJ. Hey, everybody. Welcome in. Sorry, I was looking for pictures, so I came back. I didn't know we were I thought we were at recess or whatever. I'm gonna have to go get me some more water too. Sorry. Okay, we can pretend what they're saying. She's like, but Judge, I'm so tired of you holding me accountable. Okay, this is pissing me off and it's ruining my image on TV. Okay, I cannot be on TV. I can't be my best self. I'm a translated being, but I'm a brand new translated being. Okay, you don't know what it's like to be a translated being. That's all I got. Rolls out in her wheelchair. That was crazy. I did not foresee a wheelchair on the agenda.
Also, I'm up here with you. I'm just thinking about it. If you're in that courtroom right now, how loud is that white noise for them to be sitting there talking on a headset at normals? The people behind this box of Kleenex surely can hear what they're saying.
Yeah.
It's crazy. So they're getting her some ibuprofen.
Okay, I'm catching up still. I had to go back because I thought we were at recess. I really did. So I was doing other things.
Well, they were at recess, but they just came back and he's asked them, started to do the juror instructions. And then for some reason, she thought she needed to have a sidebar and argue about it some more.
Every day she's arguing. She needs some Whamburger and some French fries is what she needs. Okay. She needs to call the ambulance. Mommy, mommy. Sorry, I wrote those down.
It's crazy how she acts.
She's batshit crazy. Certified. It's official. Long time
I
ago.
heard someone say that, you know, that in Las Vegas, how it was a defendant jumped over the thing and like started beating up the judge. Someone said that the judge was going to do a reverse of that and just like fly out of his chair.
That's what
I mean, he's really holding it together, but
that's bad.
It's just really wonderful. I hope if I ever have to be in court that I have somebody that's you know, say he's fair.
Yeah.
No, he's fair, but he ain't gonna hit you.
She said this whenever she interviewed with Keith Morrison, Dateline interview, right? And he asked her what it's like to be her own attorney, and she was like, "It's great." And she was like, I'm looking for my notes right now because I quoted her, but you know, Twitch notebook. But it was something along the lines of basically the judge is fair and letting everybody or hearing everybody's arguments. I was like, whoa, she eat them words right now. Mm-hmm.
So Nate and them are still posting, and Nate says that the judge explains that the supplemental juror compensation if jurors have financial concerns about serving. Berinsky says jurors get $40 a day if they are picked, and they also get reimbursement for miles. So I don't know. There is a form to get more than that, but still.
Okay, I can just use this one. I'm sorry. I'm like, what? I'm way back here. Let's see. Okay, I didn't even hear you because I was freaking out. I was posting the wrong comment.
It says that it's just Judge Berinsky is like explaining to them about compensation and mileage and all that.
Okay. All right. So get off the damn headset. She gonna keep them on there.
And 20 seconds ago, Justin said the jury box is filled with 18 potential jurors. Looks like half are women and half are men. The right side of the courtroom gallery is where all the other jurors are. So that's what's going on right now. Thank you, Justin Lum.
I'm trying to find the comment.
I didn't put it in there, honey.
Oh.
I just read that. I'm sorry. I can put it in there. I was just okay. Let me go ahead and do this.
I don't know. Is it just a 30-minute delay while they're taking off their headsets? Okay.
Yeah, we can go back to listen.
Come on. Turn the microphone back on. Please don't be talking. Okay.
Intends on proceeding with jury selection today. Depending on how things go, I don't know that I would make the parties do their opening statements or not, but that remains to be seen today. The court finds that the court has not been provided any objective medical information of why the defendant can't proceed.
Sit up.
Although the defendant expressed that she has a headache and is not able to proceed, she was able to fully advocate on her own behalf and articulate to me the reasons why she doesn't think she can proceed and seems to be of sound mind and ability to proceed.
Daryl Brooks.
So we're going to bring the jury in. How many jurors do we have? We're still missing 6. Mr. Vigil, you can be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You don't come back.
We'll give those jurors a few more minutes.
Oh my God.
So this is the second break when they were waiting for the jurors to show up. So it may be like 15 minutes or something like that.
If you don't want to do that, you don't have to do that, but that's up to you how you present. All right, we'll be at recess.
Oh my gosh, she looks like she's playing heads up, thumbs up. They got the pitch. They got the same kind of theme on their emblem there with the shovel and whatever the pitch. Oh my gosh, pickaxe, just like Idaho. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say that they're already back to going through jurors, and then one of them's got an appointment about his diabetes. Somebody's got a wedding in France on June 24th.
Oh, in France?
That kind of stuff.
That's fancy.
Yes. Yeah, that is fancy, isn't it? They probably went to get their dress down at that place where you say yes to the dress.
It's français. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oui. I mean, okay. And then, kind of, let's see here.
So my thing must have ended because it's showing that. Let me see. I don't,
Yeah,
is it
that's
still
the end.
going on? So did they end it? Okay,
They
so
ended
we'll have
it.
to look.
I wonder what.
So
I'm going to grab some water.
Okay, I'm going to be looking for another feed because I know there is one.
Okay.
Let's see. If that's us. I don't know what my son is sending me. You know why I bet they quit is because at the time that they did that, Justin had said, Trey said that they may not even come back this afternoon or something like that. And I bet you that's why he ended that. And there's probably another one up already. I don't know that there is. Oh, gosh. Thought I made that thing not make noise, but I must have didn't.
Mm-hmm. Not the loudest damn straw. Okay. Did I miss anything? What are we watching?
No, I said I bet the reason why Nate ended that one is because, Trace didn't even know if we were going to come back this afternoon or something whenever that all first happened. So I'm looking for another feed. It was Fox Phoenix, wasn't it, that we last trial?
That was, oh yeah. It was court TV. It was trial. Oh my gosh. Law court. Oh my gosh. It sucks. I have like brain overload. Oh my God, what's Law and Crime? Oh my gosh. I was like Law and Order. I was thinking all kinds of things. So sorry.
Well, I don't know if that's one or not. It says it's going to start at 12:45 and it's 1 o'clock. So I don't know. That's weird. Okay.
So what I'm going to do, I go to East Idaho News and I go to, the live updates. They update them there instead of all of that Twitter stuff. And
yeah, go and do that. Let's see.
So I'm going to start at the bottom. Started from the bottom. Now we're here. Okay. Welcome to my genre. My generation, not genre. Well, that too. Okay. 9:54 a.m. Waiting outside the courtroom. Robert Abernathy, one of Lori Vallow Daybell's advisory attorneys, just walked into the defense room. Proceedings are scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. Arizona time. 10:07 a.m. We will have video of the hearing here. 10:11 a.m. We are in the courtroom. Lori is at the defense table with her paralegal and attorney. Trina Kay is at the prosecutor's table. 10:13. The public and media are sitting on one side of the courtroom. The other side is empty. Judge Boreski just walked in and is on the bench. I wonder if she all rised then. 10:15 a.m. Brandon Boudreaux is here with his wife, Kay Woodcock is also here. Hey, Mom. 10:16 a.m. Joseph Hill from the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office is here. Boreski says he ordered MCSO to perform a health evaluation on Lori. She was treated for one condition, chlamydia. No, I changed it. All right. I was just picking on that part, I think. The MCSO did not find any medical condition for Lori except for crabs. Okay. To miss court. Hill says they have additional information if needed, quote, but it's not much, unquote. 10:17, a minute later, Lori asked the judge if he can seal the response from MCSO. He asked Lori if she has information as for why she is not medically to proceed. Quote, right now, the only information I have is you were assessed and MCSO sees no clinical reason why court should not proceed, unquote. Lori wants to discuss on sidebar. Headphones go on and white noise is played in the courtroom. Crusher talk shit with Donna. Okay. And then 10:18, a medical professional at the sheriff's office evaluated Lori either yesterday or Monday afternoon and determined she was well enough to appear in court. She was well enough to get her raggedy ass when her team went to get her and they felt sorry for her, and she felt good enough to change into her regular clothes and, out of her jail jammies into her regular street clothes and then roll up in there on two wheels. Okay. And then, so she felt good enough to do that. I know when I'm sick, I ain't doing nothing. I'm not even getting out of bed. Like, good luck. Okay. It ain't happening. You'd have to bring me up there. You'd have to peel me off the bed. But neither here nor there. So it says, okay, a medical professional. Okay. So the medical professional at the sheriff's office evaluated Lori either yesterday or Monday afternoon and determined she was well enough to appear in court. Lori says she is not. She continued to speak with Boreski during the sidebar. 10:19 a.m. The judge, Lori, Trina Kay, the court reporter, and one of Lori's advisory attorneys wear headsets to communicate during sidebars. Normally the parties, could we play it maybe on mute while I do this? Can you pull that, the hearing? If not, I have it right here. I can also. Let's see.
What?
The hearing that you just played. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Okay. The one that we just played. Just redo it.
You have it? Yeah, you have it. So just, some background, some visuals, no visions.
It was really short.
Yeah, buddy.
Did he not?
Okay, we'll just put that on mute and then.
Okay.
First of all, hush her up. Okay. Let me take this one off.
And I will be looking to see what they're saying, also looking for another feed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so continuing on. 10:19 a.m. The judge, Lori, Trina Kay, the court reporter, and they wear headsets. They go to sidebar. Normally, the parties would huddle in the courtroom or go into chambers, but because Lori is the defendant and is representing herself, that is not the case here. 10:21, Lori is sitting in a regular chair in street clothes. I don't see a wheelchair in the courtroom. 10:24, sidebar is over. Boreski says court will proceed with jury selection today. Quote, depending on how things go, I don't know if I will make the parties do opening statements or not. That remains to be seen. The court has not been provided any medical explanation as to why court cannot proceed today, although the defendant said she had a headache and was not able to proceed. She seemed to be of sound mind and able to proceed, unquote. 10:25, we are waiting on 6 jurors to show up. Judge says we will be in recess until they arrive. Everyone stands except for Lori. 10:30 a.m. Judge just came back out, and there was some sort of discussion between him and Lori's team. The word ibuprofen was heard. Abernathy said the court can't force her to take medication. Beresky responded, quote, "I'm offering it," unquote. There was more discussion back and forth before Beresky walked out. 10:32, Abernathy and Lori are talking at the defense table. She is raising her voice. Unclear what she is saying. It sounds like she is crying, sobbing. 10:33 a.m. Lori is going through her papers as her paralegal and her other attorney, Pamela Hicks, are chatting off to the side. 10:37. Jurors are being walked in. Everyone rises for them except Lori. She remains seated. The judge enters at 10:40 a.m. Quote, "Here we are again for the third time. Thank you for your patience," unquote. He explains the case and says jury selection process will continue. He will ask questions, then the prosecutor and the defense. 10:42, judge tells jurors not to withhold information in order to make it on the jury. Quote, "Just be honest and candid with your answers. Do not be concerned with what you think the lawyers are, with what you think the lawyers or parties or I will think of you," unquote. I really jacked that up though. 10:43, judge tells jurors to use yes or no. Don't nod heads or say, nuh-uh, unquote. Tell them to speak up and tells them to speak up and lets them know a microphone will be passed around. 10:44, judge introduces himself and his assistants. He tells them he would be happy to assist if they need anything. Judge introduces his clerk and the court reporter. The reporter takes down everything that is said. He asks jurors to raise their numbers if they think they know him or any member of his staff. Nobody raises their numbers. It's like an auction. Kind of. Let me take a drink of this. 10:46, Trina introduces herself and Ryan Pillar, the case agent with Gilbert Police, who is sitting next to her. She also has a paralegal with her. Judge asks potential jurors if they know any of these people. None of them raise their cards or their numbers. 10:47, judge tells jurors that defendant is representing herself with advisory counsel. He says that it is her right. Just because it's your right doesn't mean you should do it. He asks jurors if the fact she has chosen to represent herself will affect jurors' ability to be fair. Nobody raises their numbers. Judge asks Lori if she wants to introduce herself. Quote, "My name is Lori Daybell. I have 2 advisory counsel," unquote. Okay. She speaks very softly. She says the names of her advisory attorneys, paralegal, and her private investigator, Jeff White, right? I added Jeff White. Okay, I'll never forget his name. And then it says 10:48, video from today is now streaming here. Then it says 10:49, judge asked jurors if any of them have looked up anything about the case. None of them raised their numbers. 10:50, judge explains there is supplemental juror compensation if jurors have financial concerns about serving. Beresky says jurors get $40 a day if they are picked. They are also reimbursed for mileage. 10:51, judge asked for a sidebar to clarify the trial schedule. 10:55, so 4 minutes. Sidebar. Sidebar is over. He says the potential schedule is today, tomorrow, Friday, and then all next week. There's a chance trial could finish next week, but if not, Monday and Tuesday, which are June 23rd and 24th, he asked the jurors if any of them have conflicts with the schedule. That's a long time. That's so late. Like, today's just the 4th. I mean, what the hell are you doing in between there? I thought it was only going to be like a week, but I could be wrong. Anyways, I'm not good with time. So 10:56 a.m. One juror raises her number. She is leaving for a wedding in France on June 24th. Another lady is unemployed and is picking up jobs, but she would have to decline other jobs if she stays. Another juror has a doctor's appointment on Friday that was set 3 months ago. Yeah, that sucks. If he missed it, he would have to wait 3 more months. Yeah, those suck. One juror at 10:58 a.m. One juror wants to go look at apartments this Friday. He has an appointment set up on Saturday because he will likely be moving. Judge asks if Lori can go help. No. Judge asks what time his appointment is. It's Saturday at 12:30. 10:59 a.m. Judge asks if serving on the jury would create financial hardship. One juror raises their number. She is 1099 employee and likely won't have the proper paperwork to get reimbursed. She is a single mom and a nanny. She's paid cash and gets a 1099 at the end of the year. And that is it for now. I mean, unless I refresh, I doubt. I don't know if anything else is going on. Crash of the refresher, right? All right, then I'm going to go check in. Oh, yeah. Wait, hold on. Oh, yep. We got more. Okay. Wow. Ooh, let me catch up where I was. Okay. 11 a.m. Judge explains defendant is not required to produce any evidence. He says state must prove case beyond a reasonable doubt. 11:02. Judge says defendant is presumed innocent until proven guilty. As of now, she is innocent. I'm going to add only in this case. As of now, she is innocent. He asks if everyone understands and asks if anyone disagrees with this. None of them raise their numbers. 11:03 a.m. Judge tells jurors they will be asked to evaluate the credibility of witnesses. He says law enforcement testimony is no better or greater than other testimony simply because they are a police officer. They are to consider that testimony the same as everyone else's testimony. He asks if anyone disagrees with this. None of them raise their numbers. At 11:05, judge asks if anyone would believe or not believe a police officer more or less because of their position. None of them raise their hands or their numbers. 11:06, judge asks anyone if they are a law enforcement officer, are married to one or have a close family member who is. One guy raises his hand and says his uncle is a sheriff in another county. They are close. Judge asks if that relationship would affect his ability to be fair. He says no. At 11:07, another juror says his daughter retired a year ago as a homicide officer. Man says they don't talk about cases and it would not affect his ability to be fair. Another lady raises her number and says that her husband is in the police academy. She says it would not affect her ability to be fair. Another lady has a boyfriend who is a cop. Another lady's husband is a detention officer for the sheriff's office. She says she can still be fair. Another juror has a brother-in-law who is a retired cop in Chicago. Didn't that happen last time? He says he can still be fair. The judge asked jurors to raise their numbers if any of them have any training in the law. One juror raises her hand and says she's an intern at a law firm. Okay. At 11:11 a.m., one juror has an aunt and uncle who are lawyers at a financial firm. She says she can still be fair. Judge tells jurors if selected, they cannot use the internet. Oh, wow. Okay. That they cannot use the internet to gather information about this case, including independent experiments. They can only consider what is presented in the courtroom. They cannot talk to anyone about the case except that they are on a jury and the length of the trial. Quote, if you violate these rules, I may have to declare a mistrial, unquote. He asked jurors to raise their numbers if they can follow these orders. They all raised their numbers. At 11:12, judge says no research can be done online to research the trial. Bereski asked the jurors to look around and see if they recognize anyone else in the pool. Nobody raises their numbers. He asked them to raise their numbers if there's anything he needs to know about why they should not be on the jury. None of them raised their numbers. Let me refresh. The hell? Hold on. I just spazzed out. My computer screen did. It's like whenever I have East Idaho News windows open, though, it's like 1.4 gigabyte, 1.6. I mean, they're very loaded with data. So hopefully I'm still on live. Should be. Yeah. Come on. Why is it being so weird? Refresh. Well, it'll give me a chance to go check in with you guys. What do y'all think so far? Yeah, it's very heavy. It's loaded with data. It makes your computer lag. Oh my gosh. Share Bear. She's not on the fire squad, unfortunately. I mean, how many people want to volunteer to do the zapper, right? Can you imagine how many would volunteer to pull the trigger? Okay, I'm sorry. I said that out loud. I really did. I sure did. I said what you were thinking. Oh my gosh. Holy cow. That's a lot of thank you, Share Bear. Thank you. And I mean, I gotta put this one up too. Everyone is gonna need Tylenol. Tylenol for everybody. Lori doesn't, I guess translative beings don't need medicine. But they're allegedly, according to their doctrine, they heal faster. So there's that. I'm gonna leave that right there. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, hold on. I gotta do these in order. And then thank you. Oh my God. Thank you. Am I stupid? Or didn't she claim she could reflect bullets at any time? Right? Exactly. I wonder if she sleeps hanging upside down. Thank you again. I really appreciate you. Thank you. That's very generous. And yeah, I usually stutter over my words really bad whenever it just, I don't know. Thank you. That's all I can say. I appreciate it. That is so sweet and thoughtful. Okay. According to, okay, this one's a full thing. Trina says they will not be able to, okay, well, I'm just going to go back to my things. That way I don't have to do them singly. I'm not very good at chasing them down like that. The hell? It put me on a whole new different story. What? Hold on. Gotta wait on Slowpoke here. Oh, hell. I'm just going to leave that page and then I'll just open a new one. I got time for all this. Okay, so I think I left off at 11:11 or 11:12. Oh my gosh. Let me clear my throat. And I got to unmute, right? Okay, I'm going to get it together. Okay, so I'm finally back on the page. And it says 11:12. Okay, I already said no research. 11:13, judge tells Trina K she can do follow-up questioning from the counsel table. During the last trial, she approached a lectern. Trina remained seated. This seems to be an accommodation for Lori's illness. Trina asked jurors if, because Lori is representing herself, they will hold the state to a higher standard. None of them raised their numbers. Trina explains jurors will be told about the crime of conspiracy to commit first-degree red rum. Quote, "You're going to hear that this defendant is not the shooter, and that is not an element of this crime. Is there anyone who thinks if she didn't pull the trigger, I don't really care, that's not conspiracy to commit first-degree murder," unquote. None of the jurors raised their hands. Let me update again. Okay. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Quote, "You are going to be told the victim, Brandon Boudreaux, is not dead, that this conspiracy did not occur, and he lived. Is there anyone here who says, quote, well, he didn't die. There couldn't have been a conspiracy to not kill him," unquote. Nobody raises their arms. Trina says there will be media coverage in this case and things may pop up on their phones. She says they cannot watch or read any of that. Trina says they will not be able to talk to their family and friends about this. They will only be able to tell them they are on a jury. She asked if any of them will not be able to follow those rules. None of them raised their hands or their numbers. Okay, hold on just one sec. Hold, please. Okay. Hold on. I'm trying to pull up the video here. Allegedly. Okay. Oh, I opened the wrong damn window. All right. East Idaho. And here, I decided to steer away from that page for the video. Live. Okay. Okay, hold on. It's just taking me a little time. Let me slow it down a little bit. Normal. 7.5. 0.5. That'll work. Okay, let me open my screen. Share it. Share. Share. Here. And that way you can look at her. Wait. Oh. Remove. Oh. Okay. I'm like, what? All right, let me jump back over here and read these updates. Okay, so yeah, you can't talk to any of your friends or family about this. They will only be able to tell them they are on a jury. She asked if any of them will not be able to follow those rules. None of them raised their numbers. Then we go to 11:19. Trina says the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, LDS, Mormons, will be discussed. She asked if there is anyone who has an issue with the church and would have a problem with it during the trial. I wish all of them raised their, no, I don't. None of them raised their numbers. I'm raising my number. It's imaginary over here. Okay, the next one says, Trina says she brings up this next point because it's become political. She says Brandon was driving a Tesla at the time of the crime. She asked if anyone has a problem with a Tesla or would associate it negatively in the trial. None of them raised their hands. That is so interesting. So interesting. Trina says testimony will go out of order. Okay, so that's a heads up for us too, and will not be chronological. Trials aren't like how they are on TV, she says. None of the jurors have an issue with this, and Trina has no further questions. Let me update. Oh, here we go. Lori, the lawyer, the ill lawyer. Okay. Okay, so at 11:24 a.m., Lori asked if anyone in the room has ever wanted wanted to be on a jury, quote, like a bucket list thing, unquote. None of them raised their arms. She asked, quote, the law says I am innocent until proven guilty. Is there anyone who disagrees or doesn't understand that concept, unquote. None of them raised their arms. Lori asked if any of the jurors can easily have their minds changed. Judge follows up and asks, the judge follows up and asks the pool if there are any of them who easily give up on their convictions. None of them raised their numbers. Okay. Refreshing. That's why they get so many hits on their page. I get it now. Okay. Okay, I only have one update, but Lori asked jurors to raise their hands if they have any other experience in the courtroom. One man raises his number and says he had a felony DUI 15 years ago. He has had his civil rights restored, just like your brother had his gun rights restored. Lori asked how that experience might affect him in this case. He says he was at fault. That means he accepted responsibility and owned up to it, Lori, is what it is. He says he was at fault and was given due process. He says nothing will affect his ability to be fair. Another juror was involved in a custody dispute, interesting, about 20 years ago. She says that will not affect her ability to be fair. Lori in custody, just, that's like oil and water. Okay. As she proceeds to ask more questions, Lori is speaking louder and not as feeble. One juror says he had a DUI and would try to be fair. Lori thanks him for typo. Lori thanks him for his honesty. Okay, I'm just getting one at a time here. Okay, I'm kind of waiting. Let me go check in with you guys. So, what do y'all think so far? So far, so good? I have to keep backing it up. It's not very long.
I've got the law and crime thing up here now instead of
the you do?
because
okay.
It looked like they only started 5 minutes ago. So, and I've got the sound on, so when it starts, we'll hear it.
Yeah. I don't know. I say she's a serial killer by proxy, or allegedly, maybe. She's still charged. You know,
she is innocent. I'm just guilty.
Yeah, it's like I remember seeing a comment about how Alex, if he is the enforcer, if he was, I mean, we don't know because unlike Lori, we were not there. Like she claims she was always there, right? And they asked if they said something like Alex, it's like Lori was his manager or something along those lines, and it's like by proxy, or it's like a momager or a manager or something. Yeah, Detective Slaughter, I agree. She is considered a serial killer by her convictions, but not by like definition, right? How people profile them, I guess. I have a lot to learn still. Oh, thank you, Janice C. I just saw this. I'm sorry. I was reading. And again, thank you, Share Bear. Thanks for all your thoughts and research. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate all that. Oh, I know what I gotta do. I'm gonna go check in just a second. But for now, let's see.
Myself. Justin has a comment that I'm just fixing to put up. It says, most people questioned seem to not have issues being a fair juror, besides the man who says he felt taken advantage in his case. I don't know how he thinks he Well, you can just go on home if think you're the only pumpkin in the field.
Yeah, I like that. That's cute. Okay. I want to play this real quick. So everybody can have a laugh, right? My favorite of all time. So just if you hold that on the back burner while we're right here and waiting on an update. Can you see it? Am I up there? Yes. Okay. All right. So this was Web Sleuths night before last, I believe. And so just check it out after I turn it up.
I'll tell them to be.
Hold on. I got to speed it back up. My bad. I wish it wouldn't carry over from video to video. Cheese and rice, man.
Here ready to go at 10 a.m. Wednesday unless they hear something else. So I'll go ahead and ask the parties to exit. We'll keep the FTR running for the.
Good afternoon.
I'll take a pass on that. I'll take a pass on that. I love that. I love that. Come see me while I'm in jail. I'll take a pass on that. Sorry, I didn't mean to make the judge sound like Lori. Yeah. Come see me, see how sick I am. I'll take a pass on that. I just want that in a loop playing on my deathbed. The judge just saying, I'll take a pass on that. I'll take a pass on that. I'll take a pass on that. Because it's so condescending to her. And she is so not used to men treating her like this. This is what you are witnessing. And Megan will be able to confirm this. You are witnessing somebody who is so narcissistic and was so insulted by what happened, by the judge just denying everything and not listening to her. I mean, this is her version of flinging herself in front of an ongoing train. Oh, save me, save me, save me. It is.
Get ready.
It would be hilarious if it wasn't so disgusting. Anyway, everybody, welcome to Web Sleuths YouTube Live. This is Othram Tech's Bug Nugget the First. We call him Offie. And tonight we have a wonderful guest, Megan Connor. Megan is Lori Daybell's cousin. And I've been watching Megan. She's been putting on some amazing live streams. We're going to talk about that tonight. Oh, here she is. Megan, are you there, my darling?
Oh, my God.
Hello. Here.
Go pee.
Oh, my God. Wait,
I'm here. I'm here, but I'm very sick. I'm just
Oh my
feeling
God.
well. I don't understand why you're dragging me here to this interview. I feel like
Look at you, shit.
I feel like it's just a lot. I don't like disappointing people, and I told my people I wasn't ready. But then you said
Oh my
you needed me
God.
to be here, and so I came. I'm here.
Oh, crap. I can't see it.
I can't.
Oh my God. You sound just like her.
I might throw up though. I might throw up on the jury.
I love that.
I might throw up on the jury. They're going to be biased against me.
You know it.
I hate disappointing everybody, so I'm just going to be here anyway. I hope it's okay.
I caught this last part last night when I watched it again alone, like me and Jason. So
can I get
a
tissue?
Stop. You're killing me.
Can I get a tissue? I was like, oh my God, I didn't hear that all the other times. And so you're like, can I get a tissue? And I'm like, I remember in opening statements when she like fake cried or cried about herself, and she was like, can I have a tissue? You know, oh my God, that was awesome.
Here anyway. I hope it's okay. Can I get a tissue?
Stop. You're killing me. You're killing me.
I can't.
And you know what's so sad is you are so much better as an actress. I bought it when you came in on your crutches. Like, oh my God, what happened to Megan? She fell. I was so terrified, and I believed it. And it took me a minute. Sorry, I've got water under my eyes. I'm sure my mascara is just running.
Oh, thank you, Jesus.
Oh my God, that is the most hilarious thing I've ever seen. Oh, yeah. Today, you're right, Krista Gardner. Today, Megan wins the internet. Oh my God, that was so perfect. Yeah, you just love the prosecution and everybody on the prosecution team to come in wheelchairs and crying.
Oh,
I'm so sick. I'm so sick. Uh-oh, Lynn Gen 2 says, oh my God, my water just broke and I'm not pregnant.
That's funny.
Oh my God. You must have been. Again, we're going to, everybody, this is Megan Connor, Lori's.
That would have been really awesome if she'd have said, oh my heck. It reminds me of, oh my God, who used to say that, Megan? Oh my heck. It's a Mormon thing, right? Anyways, yeah, so that's the comic relief. And we'll put this back on stage. Let me remove yourself. And now, oh, what are they doing? They're focusing. All right, let me refresh my updates here. I'm glad she's not as feeble as she was. See, take 2 Tylenol, go to work, go to school. You'll probably feel better. That was my mom's theory. Okay. Okay. Nope. Already asked that one. Asked that one too. Other jurors had family court or other proceedings. None of them say it will keep them from being fair and impartial. Lori asks if there is anything that will keep jurors from being fair to her. None of them raise their numbers. She asked them, quote, raise your hand if you think someone charged with a crime is automatically guilty, no matter what, or has a percentage. What is the hell up with her and her percentages? I'm over it. Stop. Okay, so raise your hand if you think someone charged with a crime is automatically guilty, no matter what, or has a percentage of guilt, no matter what. Unquote. None of them raised their numbers. Lori asks if any of the jurors own a pew-pew. 14 raise their numbers. She asks if any of them have ever been to a shooting range. 31 jurors raise their numbers. She asks if any of them have seen her brother. No, I'm kidding. She asks if any of them have extensive knowledge about pew-pews. A handful raise their numbers. One juror says his father was a professional licensed gunsmith. Quote, I very much learned quite a lot about firearms, unquote, he says. Lori asks if he frequents the firing range. The man says yes. She asks if his knowledge of guns, I'm just going to say it, would be an asset to the jury or might distract him. Trina objects to the question. Judge asks Lori to rephrase the question. Lori starts stomping. No. Lori rephrases the question. Trina objects. Judge clarifies and says jurors will be given instructions. He asks if they will be able to follow the instructions even if they think they know better. Juror says he can. Another woman raises her hand and says she served in the Iraq War and knows a lot about guns. Lori thanks her for her service. Another lady says she sells firearms at Bass Pro Shops. Lori asks if she goes to the shooting range. She says about once every 6 months. Quote, thank you, I appreciate that, unquote, Lori says. And 11:37 a.m., Lori asks if anyone has a close family member who has ever served on a jury. A few raise their hands. Sounds so eventful. Megan, if you are here, aren't you glad you're not in there at the courtroom? I'm just saying. Okay, we don't have any new updates yet. I'm going to try and get better at this. Let me pull up my X. Oop. I have to log in and all that good stuff. And that's not the right Justin. Justin. That's how Kunas we can say Justin like Justin. I'm kidding. All right, Justin. There he is. Okay. Do they go in order? Yeah, 27 minutes. Well, that one goes 2 hours, then it goes 27 minutes, then it goes 28 minutes. That's what throws me off.
Are you in the Twitter?
Yes.
It throws me off too. It'll be going one direction, then it'll start going the other direction.
Yeah. Can't they just fix that? And then maybe more people would use Twitters.
Really, I'm sure there must be a way to handle it, but I don't know what it is.
One that I missed earlier was former juror Tass Reed Tucker is here as well. She was on the jury for Daybell's last trial. So I didn't know that. That was 2 hours ago from Justin.
That Trace was in line with her. I don't know whether she's sitting next to her, but she was in line with her.
That's cool. That's real cool. That whole Daybell is in a regular chair. I mean, it's just something that shouldn't make me chuckle like I just did.
Look at this.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure this out. So her paralegal's name is Ana Lena Ramirez. I didn't know that either. This is from 27 minutes ago. It says Trina K is making sure that jurors hold both the state and defense to the same standard, even if Daybell is representing herself and is not a real attorney. Okay, 14 seconds ago, juror says, this is by Justin Lum, juror says that his friend was accused of violating parole for having a gun. And 1 minute ago, a juror brings, okay, so this is out of order, sorry. A juror brings up the fact that they have not been asked about family member, A juror brings up the juror brings this up, that they have not been asked about family members convicted of crimes in the past. And so, okay. Very honest. Very honest. Yeah. It's like, here, you forgot this. Okay. Sorry for the ums. Okay, let me go back to the other one. Let me refresh. I wish they would refresh by themselves. That'd be cool. But, okay. I'm just trying to make sure that I didn't read these things already. Yeah, I mean, that's 11:26 a.m., so it's 1:46 Central, but 11:26 Arizona time. And it was Lori asking the jurors to raise their hands if they have had any other experience in the courtroom. And the one man raises his number and says that he had a DUI, a felony DUI 15 years ago, and that he had his civil rights restored, and that, he was held accountable and he owns up to it and she don't. Sorry, I'm cynical. Just a bit cynical.
Yeah, I don't think she'll ever own anything.
From Nate Eaton, Lori asked if there's anything she hasn't asked that might affect their jury service. That is a huge freaking banner. What the hell? That is why can't they just pick minimal, but that's about as minimal as it get. I guess that'll work. So Nate asked Lori, Nate says Lori asked if there Is anything she hasn't asked that might affect their jury service? One guy raises his hand. Quote, I've noticed you haven't asked a question if anyone close has ever been convicted or served in a trial at all, unquote. Guy says one of his close friends had to go through a parole hearing and he went to court with him. So that must be the one who was on parole and had a pew-pew. That guy's off the jury. Yeah. Thread Reader. I think I even pay for Thread Reader. I just don't know. Do I go to Thread Reader and pull up Justin Lum? Jody Marie? Justin says 5-minute recess for jurors. Well, thank you.
I noticed at one point when I had that Phoenix 10 one up that that it said they were having technical difficulties with the feed. So I hope we're going to get this feed.
Say that again? I'm sorry, I was reading. I suck with
Justin
that.
Lum said that there was a technical difficulty with the feed because, you know, I had the Phoenix 10 feed up and they took that down. I don't know why. So I'm wondering if something's up because we should be getting a feed from someplace right now.
I know. Well, I mean, they do have a 5-minute recess. So, but I mean, we're 30 minutes behind them. I mean,
But we haven't seen
it was almost 12 o'clock their time. It's almost 2 o'clock here where I'm at.
Has Trace posted in a while here?
I don't know. I haven't been over there.
Let me put it in here.
I'm looking for Thread Reader right now.
Trace, if you're in here, let's see.
Just say caca. Yeah. Okay, let me try Justin Lum.
What is going on? Well, I know there's no feed during jury selection. I do know that, yeah.
Three days ago.
Let's see. Thank you, Shelley Schofield, for giving those memberships to Amethyst Angel, Monica West, and Angel Bogart. Welcome to Chris's crew over.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. I don't quite understand this Thread Reader either. I mean, there's just a bunch of Justin Lum, but 3 days ago, May 11th. Yeah. Okay. I don't really know how to do this. I'll have to look this up whenever I can have a break. You know, when I'm not I put pressure on myself is what I do. Okay, so we do have a few more, and this is from Nate Eaton, eastidahonews.com. Okay. So the one that we left off with from there was Lori asked if anyone has a close family member who has ever served on a jury. A few raised their hands. Several jurors share how their mothers, siblings, spouses, children have served on juries in the past. Lori asks how the experience was for each of these potential jurors. None of the jurors say it will affect their ability to serve in this case. I really think we're going to seat this jury today. I really wish that we could have opening statements today while she's not feeling so hot. Okay. The next one says, Lori asked if there is anything she hasn't asked that might affect their jury service. One guy raises his hand, quote, I already asked this one earlier, I think. I've noticed you haven't asked a question if anyone close has ever been convicted or served in a trial at all, unquote. Guy says one of his close friends, I've read this 3 times, had to go through a parole hearing and he went to court with him. Okay. The man says he wants to be honest and would have a little bit of bias against, quote, the system, unquote. because they were trying to get his friend, quote, back in, unquote, back in jail, when he was just trying to assimilate into society. Lori thanks him for his honesty. The judge is pausing for a 5-minute break. One of the jurors needs to use the restroom. Jurors have left the room. He says one of the jurors did not show up today. He texted the court and said that with all the uncertainty, he felt he needed to go back to work. Judge is now reviewing jurors to dismiss. Cool. All right, so we're going to cut some loose. Thank y'all for being here, by the way. Really appreciate you being here.
Yeah, this is probably the most boring part of it.
It's boring, but it's interesting at the same time. I didn't realize that until I don't really think I paid too much attention during Lori's trial in Idaho, but I did with Chad's. And yeah, I don't know why I found it so interesting.
Jury 84 is excused. Juror 72 is excused. And juror 76 is excused because he has to go look at an apartment or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Saturday at 12:30. I remember that one. Okay. Why did this? Hold on. Let me try this again.
Nate Eaton says 1 minute ago, several of the jurors who have conflicts are being excused. Trina agrees to dismissing a juror. Lori does not respond. I'm going to observe the defendant. Her mannerisms appear perfectly normal in front of the jury, but when the jury is not here, she can no longer speak. Lori does not speak.
Wow.
She is being, what is it, passive aggressive. I'm not speaking to them.
Oh, she does the silent treatment. Yeah, that's one of her punishments. That's what she did to Charles and JJ, and for the most part, Tylee too. For some of it, when she hauled ass to Hawaii for however many days, and then blamed Uncle Charles whenever she came back, and she was like, "You know, you're keeping JJ from me. He just wants his mommy. He's sick." Remember when she said he was sick? Ugh, he just wants his mommy. She is so gross. She's a gross translated being. I never want to be a translated being. Okay. For the record, I don't aspire to be a translated being. They're shitty, in my opinion. They're shitty people.
Okay, so Justin Lum says that 7 have been excused, and Berinsky will inform them we will go to lunch recess now and come back at 1:30. Oh, goody.
So what do we do?
So that's 2:30. So that's about 40 minutes.
It'll be 12:40 their time, and then
right
2:40.
2 hours.
Figure it out for your own time. It's like I suck with the changing of the times. Remember that one time whenever I scheduled it and it was like 2 hours early? Yeah, not long ago.
We had a lot of excitement that day, and it didn't seem like it went by pretty fast.
It did. Oh my gosh, but it was so long. It was so long. And not only that, but I hate scheduling. It's just not my strong point. But yeah, so we just rolled with it.
So
pretty cool.
So Justin says now that the rest of the pool will be back at 1:20 so that we can finalize the jury. Boreski asked if opening statements start tomorrow morning, would it impact Trina K's witnesses? She says no, and that everyone flying in will be moved to next week.
Damn. Yeah, it jacks up everything. She doesn't care though. She thrives on chaos. This is chaos in the courtroom.
She loves for people to be spending money on her. Plane tickets.
Yes. She exploits everything. Everything. from the earliest to the latest. Okay. Sorry, I'm typing. Okay, paste this here and go.
3:30. So it's at 3:30. So that's 2.5 hours. All right. Is that right? No, 2 hours. Don't be making longer time. I guess it would be 2.5 hours for the 30-minute delay, but
hello.
Good.
Okay, hold on. I'm sharing something real quick.
Okay.
This is the text from Summer. Just want to bring this up every chance I can. So she was named as an unwitting participant. Okay. And I had to look that up, but I didn't do it today. So this was a long time ago. And it's like, no, I'm going to look it up because it's going to bother me. What is when someone is listed as an unwitting participant in a conspiracy? Case. Okay, let's see what it comes up with. So it says when someone is listed as an unwitting participant in a conspiracy investigation or case, it means they were involved in the actions or events that formed part of the conspiracy, but they were unaware that a conspiracy existed or that their actions were contributing to an unlawful agreement or goal. And so it says, here's a breakdown of what that implies. Participation means the person did something that, in hindsight, or when viewed within the larger context, furthered the goals of the conspiracy. This could involve providing information, transporting goods, making phone calls, or any other action that the conspirators utilized. Then there's unawareness, lack of intent. The crucial element is that the individual did not know they were part of an illegal plot. They lacked the intent to join a conspiracy or to achieve its unlawful objectives. They may have believed they were acting independently for legitimate reasons or were simply being used or manipulated by the actual conspirators. Then the next point says not criminally liable generally because they lack the necessary intent, the mens rea, to commit the crime of conspiracy. Unwitting participants are generally not held criminally liable for the conspiracy itself. Criminal conspiracy requires an agreement between two or more parties to commit an unlawful act, and this agreement must be entered into knowingly and intentionally. And then it has witness or source of information. This is definitely Summer Shiflett. In my opinion, unwitting participants often become important witnesses. Nope. Or, well, kind of. Or sources of information for law enforcement investigating the conspiracy. Their actions can provide crucial details and evidence that help investigators understand the scope and nature of the plot, even though the participant themselves was unaware of it or were, okay. Manipulation. Conspirators often intentionally involved unwitting individuals to carry out tasks to provide resources without raising suspicion. This can be a tactic to make their plan seem legitimate or to use others as a shield. Lori needs protecting, right? So in the context of the Lori Vallow Daybell case, based on my recent searches, it's possible that individuals connected to Lori Vallow Daybell or Chad Daybell may have performed actions that the prosecution believes contributed to the alleged conspiracies, like the conspiracy to commit the murder of Brandon Boudreaux, without being aware of the larger unlawful plot. For example, someone might have provided transportation or information without knowing it would be used in furtherance of an attempted murder. It's important to note that whether someone is truly an unwitting participant is a matter that would be investigated and potentially argued in court. The prosecution would need to prove the intent of those they accuse of conspiracy. Not very brief, is it? But let me get back to where I was. Oh, Summer. Shish. So this was a text exchange that went back and forth between Lori and her sister, Summer. I found my slides on it. So hold on. I'm just trying to see. Because I know she asked, she starts with the Tesla incident. Okay, hold on. Let me check my files real quick. Sorry, I thought I had that figured out. Summer. Oh, wait, whoa. Let me go to projects. Go into the projects. Come on with me. Summer. This might be, I have to sit here and span them like this because if not, I have to open it all the way up. This might be it. So far, no good. Oh, here they are. I see this. Okay, hold on. Let me see what this one says. Oh. Okay, yeah, let me do this one. Sorry about that. So this says, in both of Lori's accounts, she had regular communications with her sister Summer, who was listed in her phone as Sum. The number linked to Summer was redacted. Summer also shared Lori's religious beliefs on October 7th. So this is after the children were murdered and buried in Chad Daybell's backyard. This is after Brandon was shot at, or you'll find out that this is called the Tesla incident by Summer. And you'll also remember that whenever the recording was played in trial in Idaho during Lori's trial there, Summer yells at her sister and she's like, "You cut me and mom out for like 4 or 5 months." And I'm calling bullshit on that because we have phone records from Janice Cox for October 1st, and the rest of them are, markered out or whatever. But because Janice had claimed that she talked to JJ on October 1st. And so that's right around the conspiracy time. That's when everything was going down, planning. Alex was traveling. Melanie Boudreaux had just flown up to Rexburg September 26th, 27th, 28th, came back on the 29th to Arizona. And then all this stuff is, the storage unit, all the things. Okay. And not to mention that Alex Cox had visited the shooting range. I want to say all 4 of those days that Melanie Boudreaux was in Rexburg. She also had a burner phone purchased. Or wait, Alex did. Don't quote me on that. But, at the same time she was up there, either Melanie Boudreaux or Alex purchased a burner phone. And, it could be one or the other. Just don't quote me on that because I don't have it right in front of me. So I'm just trying to give you a bigger picture of what's going on at this time and what has been said, even in that jail phone call between Summer and her sister, where she says, "You cut me and mom out for 4 or 5 months." And it seemed like sometimes it sounds like, at least it did to me for a while, that Summer seemed to be more pissed off that she was cut out, allegedly, from the loop. And that pissed her off. But, I'm not in her brain, so I don't know. But so this is on 10/7. So this is 5 days after Brandon is shot at. At 13:04 hours, Summer sent Lori a message asking if she already knew about the Tesla incident. Lori responded at 15:51 hours, indicating that she did not know. Summer asked if she should call or text. Lori asked Summer to text her. The following is a text string as it appears. And so, okay, I'll just stay right here. Summer says, quote, an incident that supposedly happened to Brandon. Sounds highly suspicious, unquote. Lori says, Brandon's Tesla or the Tesla company? I think that's interesting. Oh my God, that's interesting now because Trina K said it's political just now in jury selection. She's like, do you have anything against Tesla company? Ooh. Or the whatever. That's kind of interesting. Oh God, please let this come in. Please let it come in. I just don't know how. Lori responded at 15:51 hours, indicating that she did not know. Summer asked if, okay, I already said that. Lori asked Summer to text her. The following, oh my God, I went way back up here. Okay. I'm going to start right here, back at the top. Summer says, an incident that supposedly happened to Brandon. Sounds highly suspicious. Lori says, Brandon's Tesla or the Tesla company? Summer says, Brandon's. He claims someone shot at him and shot the window to his Tesla a few days ago. Police are looking into it. Lori says, maybe it was Edgar. So Lori brings Edgar into the convo. Okay. Maybe it was Edgar. Where is he? Summer says, all these question marks. I doubt it was him. He wouldn't miss or leave witnesses. He usually makes things look like natural causes. But I don't know where he is or what he is doing. Then Summer says, again, she follows up again. She says, he has a message to me on his Shmuel page, but I haven't responded. Summer then forwarded Lori an image of an unknown subject on music recording app Shmuel with the username of, quote, XZZYZX. It is suspected that this was Edgar. Searching Shmuel through Lori's iCloud account, I discovered that she was using this app to send songs or communicate with Chad Daybell as well. This was evident in the links that they would send to each other. So I wonder if because of this text message, or this text exchange between Lori and her sister Summer, is that how investigators found that Lori also was communicating with Chad Daybell on the Shmuel account? I wonder. That just kind of dawned on me. Yeah, that whole thing, I doubt it was him. He wouldn't miss or leave witnesses. And that he usually makes things look like natural causes is a high concern. Not to mention that Summer, she was really in support of Melanie during all this. You know, when Melanie and Brandon were going through their custody battle, Summer showed up walking with Zalema Pastinez, with Ian Pulowski and Melanie Boudreaux Pulowski into the courthouse and sat on Melanie's side. I just find that concerning. This is Edgar right here. And I used to think that it was a high school sweetheart of some sort, maybe an old boyfriend, but I was wrong. This is an alleged fling. Don't come kill me, okay? Tell Edgar. This is another thing that's concerning. This is Summer Cox-Shiflett. This is one of her profile pictures. She updated it November 10th, 2018. Captain Moroni is my all-time favorite in the Book of Mormon. He was so good and righteous and loved God above all else. He led his army like no other leader before or after his time. He was a big-time war veteran, and I am so thankful for his heart and dedication to his faith and the liberty of his people. Scripture Crush, that's hashtag. Hashtag Happy Veterans Day. Hashtag freedom is not free. Hashtag thank you, veterans. You got something?
Yeah, I was going to tell you that Nate is doing a lunch live right now.
Okay, let's do it.
You want to see that? Okay, let's see.
You roll that beautiful bean footage. We'll come back to some.
You let Trina K sit.
Let me get back here too.
Things nearby, food places, and wanted to give you a brief update on
He needs to pull his microphone up.
Lori Vallow Daybell. There are some potential jurors walking by, so I want to be careful with what I say for a minute here. And that should be fine, as looks like viewers are just tuning in.
You'll have to turn them up because that's the size it goes.
So we had an eventful morning. The big headline from today is Lori Vallow Daybell's trial will proceed. We are in the process of getting the jury seated, and the judge insisted that Lori stay, and he was very observing that when first of all, let me back up. The judge came into court. There was a representative from the sheriff's office there. He said that Lori Vallow Daybell was treated in the infirmary, was seen by a medical professional. There was one condition that she had, but the jail said that the medical professional said it was not serious enough that she should miss court. And they went into a sidebar because she did not want her health discussed publicly. So they put on the headphones with the mic, and they began discussing. We don't know what was said during that. Lori was in normal clothes. And after that, the judge said, I find that the defendant is ready to proceed with jury selection. And they then began jury selection. And all of the jurors came in, around 60 or so. They went through the process of the judge began asking questions in the beginning. You know, do you have law enforcement? Are you related to law enforcement? Do you have concerns if law enforcement testify? Things like that. Turn up my volume. Can you hear me now? Yeah, sorry, I'm on a mic. It's noisy downtown, and the train just went by, so maybe you're having issues with that. And then the prosecution got to ask questions after that. And after the prosecution asked their questions, Lori got to ask questions, and she did ask questions. I will note that they sat at their tables. They did not stand and approach the lectern like jury selection before and address the group. The judge let her sit. He let Trina K sit, so it was equal. If you did not know anything about Lori potentially being sick, you wouldn't know. She spoke normal. She spoke soft. And as time went on, her demeanor, her voice became stronger. And she seemed to be more sure of herself. I don't know if you can say that. She just seemed definitely more into it, to the point that after all of the jurors left, the judge noted on the record, I do want to note that when the jurors were here, Lori was able to talk normal, but once she left, she could no longer speak because she was not answering him and was very down, I guess. The judge did allow about 15 to 20 jurors to be dismissed, and now we're on lunch break. I did stick around, one of the last ones to leave, to see how Lori left the courtroom. She walked out. There was no wheelchair today. So she walked out, and what will happen after this lunch break, the jury will get picked, and that'll be it for the day. Opening statements will happen tomorrow morning, and that will give Lori time to get her statement. The prosecution will go all day tomorrow, will go all day on Friday, and then the trial will proceed. So good news is we don't have to wait. We don't have a jury at 100%. Can you all hear me? I know half of you are saying you can't hear me. Half of you are saying you can. I'm in a very busy downtown. Maybe if I hold it up closer, does that help? But the levels on my end show that I'm like all the way to the top. Lori does get to pick the jurors with her advisory council. They are here. There was at one point where the judge, there was some talk of ibuprofen between Lori's attorneys and the judge. And her attorney said something like, you can't force her to take it, something along those lines. And the judge said, I'm just offering. So I don't know if the judge was offering the fact that he can get her some medicine to help her out, or not. She was in normal clothes today. And as I mentioned, she did not
Yeah.
meet the
Unlike
wheelchair.
Lori,
She
he
did have
wasn't going to
questions of the
drug her.
jurors, intelligent questions such as, how many of you are gun owners? Does owning a gun, will that affect your ability to serve fairly? There were not any major issues with this jury pool. A few are going to be leaving town. The calendar was pushed out a bit for the fact that we'll have trial today, tomorrow, Friday, and then next week, all of next week, and then possible the week after, like the June 23rd. So that's where we stand now. We will be back in the courtroom at 1:30. The potential jurors are now all getting lunch. He wanted to give Lori a break. The judge seems to be very accommodating to her for her illness, as far as letting her sit, offering some sort of medication, ibuprofen, whatever. The big thing was that the jail brought over a medical professional, or at least a deputy, and testified to the judge that they could find no serious illness. I imagine if it would have been the flu, like influenza or COVID or something, pneumonia, something serious, they would have said, yeah, she's sick. She's very sick. She has this or whatever. But they said that there's not there. And remember that this is the same judge. Lori has clashed with this judge, has verbally asked him to step down from the case, and then filed a written motion to step down. There was a hearing last week in front of another judge where she said he can remain on the case. He's not shown an unfair bias to you. So she does not like this judge and thinks that he is unfair to her. He made it clear the other day when she motioned or said she was sick, I will still be the judge on this case. I want to make it clear, whether we have this case next week, whether we have it in June, July, or August, I'm going to be the judge. So, she's not getting out of getting a new judge. She's not getting it postponed. There was one of you sent me an actual diagnosis. I forget what it was called. I don't want to leave the screen. It was something like narcissistic something. I'll have to look it up. We'll talk about it tonight on Courtroom Insider. That is an actual diagnosis where when a narcissist has a traumatic event or something happen to them,
narcissistic
break.
injury.
They like have a break in their brain, or a physical mental break. And one of you was suggesting that maybe she really did have some sort of break, that this is the last trial, she's not getting her way, and she had some sort of break. It was an interesting thing. Narcissistic injury, is that what it's called? Several of you are commenting that. Yeah. Look that up. I did a little bit of research on that last night. Was fascinated to hear that's
You
what
go,
it is.
Megan.
So Lori's eating her lunch now. I know that Trina Kay's having a peanut butter sandwich. She walked out. She showed us her lunch. That's the lunch the prosecution has. Very simple.
It's peanut butter
and
jelly time.
They're gearing up for their case tomorrow. So we're starting about a week late. But narcissistic collapse, I believe that's what it is. Okay, sounds like I'm better if I'm here. Yeah, Lori did start off whispering quietly. We could hardly hear half of what she was saying. The judge had to tell her a couple times to pull the mic down in front of your face. And at one point, it seems she kind of ignored him. She did not stand for the jury. She did not stand for the judge. She remained seated. She did, though, with the jury. She was able to question them.
Thank
and now
you.
We have
We'll do it.
a
I'm
jury,
gonna go work on that now.
Orange and broth. Yeah, that might be her lunch. I'm not sure. Okay, so there we go. And that is what, I don't know what Lori has for lunch. I know in Idaho they brought over a bagged lunch from the jail for both Chad and Lori. They didn't get anything special. They didn't get anything, like Chipotle or something like that.
More than the jurors got.
And that I think
Over here.
That's what I'm gonna have for lunch. Actually, someone just walked by with Chipotle. Sorry, I'm like a squirrel, distracted. There's Chipotle, Jimmy
Thank you, Heather
John's,
Rose.
Five Guys, and I think those are it in this little area. I think I'll go with Chipotle. All right, everybody. There's the update. In case you're just tuning in, jury will be picked this afternoon in Lori's case. After lunch around 1:30, they're going to whittle down the pool. There will be 12 jurors and 4 alternates. They won't know which positions are theirs until till they get picked, until the end of the trial. There will be a random lottery selection. Brandon Boudreau is about to walk by here. I'll stay on for a minute so you can see him walking by. He's behind me.
Who? The
He's
judge?
here with, I believe, a family member or a loved one or something. There's Brandon with the victim advocate.
Oh, I thought he was some other judge.
So that's what we've got going on this afternoon, and we'll see what happens later. Hey guys, say hi.
Oh, look
There they
how
are.
cute. They look so cute.
Melanie is not testifying. We won't hear from
Hey,
Melanie.
let's see things before.
Narcissistic
Glad to hear.
collapse when a narcissist believes that someone is threatening their ability to
actually
maintain their
not as snarky
superficial,
today.
inflated ego.
Yeah, there you go.
No,
Rowan to
Chad is
you.
not here. Somebody asked if Chad here. Chad is on
Oh,
that
yeah.
to Idaho.
Yeah, that'd be
Opening
awesome.
statements not
Chad
until
scrolling down the
tomorrow.
street.
Yes, that was Brandon and his wife, and it looks like they're going to have lunch. And I will pass along all of your messages to them, the kind words that you have.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Moonlight.
Chicken. Is it really
just
hot? I
what
don't
you're
like
here.
spicy. It really is spicy chicken. I don't want to have that. Okay, everybody. You need donuts?
That's a good one. Lover of
Donuts
puns.
too. I haven't had donuts in. Well, I guess I did have it the other day.
The other day, you went to Krispy Kreme, dude.
All right, guys. I am. If you have any other questions, is Gigi joining me tomorrow? I believe Gigi was on her way out or was going to be here. Somebody's asking about
check
seats in the
138.
courtroom. Every seat was full today. Every single seat was full. In fact, I think some members
Well,
of the
they
public did
talked
not get
about
in.
Mel P.
And
Hold on.
now that they whittle down the jurors, I think that there will be more seats available. It's because half of the courtroom had to be reserved for potential jurors. And once they get those jurors, once the jury is picked, they should have more seats. But that's the rest of the day. Jury selection is the rest of the day. We'll know the makeup a little bit later, how many men, how many women are in there. And yeah, that's what we have. All right, remove the logo so you can see the judge's face. Oh, okay, that's a good question. I'm going to let our team know that. It's hard to know where to put that logo because depending on well, yeah, anyway, I'll talk with our team and we can adjust it. Am I eating alone? I probably will eat alone. Actually, you know what? Somebody else wanted to say they wanted to eat with me and I didn't tell them that I walked over here. But I don't mind eating alone. That's okay. Am I worried about Kohberger and not having a seat? It is a huge worry for me. Yes, I am.
Whamburger.
Unfortunately, it's the same system they're using for Kohberger that they used for Daybell, where
DJ.
it's like first come, you reserve it
Damn
the day
devil
before, you
biscuits.
reserve the seat. I got in every day
Oh,
during
no,
Daybell.
Piano
I don't
Mom.
know if that's going to be the same during Kohberger
Oh,
because it's going to be so packed with so many people.
I hope we pump
No opening
you up.
statements today.
Raise your
Opening
tire.
statements will be tomorrow. Tomorrow morning we'll start, and it's going to start at 10 o'clock Arizona. So at 10:30 Arizona time, which is 11:30 Mountain, you can start to watch, and we'll be on video from there on out. There'll be no more
Reminds me
video
of Ruby
today.
Franklin
If you're
and
waiting
Kevin
for more
Frankie.
video from court today, there will be no more video today, but we will have video.
Thank you, Rowan. You've been here too.
Starting tomorrow. And I'll be here with Courtroom Insider later today. And I'll keep you updated. Courtroom Insider tonight.
Oh, he
I'll also
did?
post some updates
Okay.
on my X. Really, if you want to read them, that's the best place to go, or
Okay.
eastidahonews.com. I have them all on there. And then also on my Facebook page, which is
Oh my
Navy
God, the Mormon plugs. I
Reporter.
can't do it.
Lori gets to pick. Lori gets to ask the jurors questions, and the prosecution gets to ask the juror questions, and the judge does. They all ask questions with her, and that's their right. That's how it normally is with these
Oh, I
trials.
know.
They all get a say. Okay, I better grab this lunch. We got about another hour before court starts. And
What are you
everybody,
doing? You
thanks
look
for
like you was
watching.
checking out somebody's.
Appreciate it. I'm gonna go get my.
He was checking somebody out.
Chipotle.
He looks hot.
So good. Bye.
I've never eaten at a Chick-fil-A. Does that make me weird? Okay, so you know what? I feel so silly because I used to call you U4EA. And it's like, oh my God, it dawned on me one day. I was like, Euphoria. I'm so ditzy. Okay, so I apologize for being so damn ditzy. Okay, I do believe it's Euphoria and very clever. So he said something about Mel P. I don't have the, like, Donna's got the controls on this. So what did you hear anywhere where he talked about Mel P?
He said that Melanie, for whatever reason, I think was when Brandon and them walked by, he said Melanie Pulaski would not be testifying at this trial. So I guess there was people asking in his chat. I couldn't see that, but he also said that there would be no more video feed today. But we will still have, but we will still have the tweets that we can talk about if we want to do that. It's another hour till they come back, so that means an hour of something before they come back and we start putting the tweets in. How do you want to do it? Do you want to take a break and come back, or do you want to? Let's see, what have we got going on here?
Oh, I was reading the summer stuff, you know.
Okay, well, we can go back and do that. We got 351 people.
Anybody want to talk about summer? I mean, just what I have like right here on tap, which is actually quite a bit. When I actually look at it, I'm like, oh my God, obsessed much. But I don't know. It's just some slides that I have. And
okay. Well, I'm gonna just kind of observe what they're doing here, and I'm gonna.
We got a room mother. Y'all better
we got a what?
A room mother. You know, like at school, we used to have room. I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
we have a mod.
Good.
It's the God Mod Squad, right?
I hope she brought cupcakes and some Lay's potato chips and onion dip.
Oh yeah, that sounds really good.
That's what our home mothers would used to, homeroom mothers would bring.
Oh, man, I want to go back to school now. That, and you know, maybe not rush through it so fast like I did the first time. Oh, if you could do anything different, what would it be? Just one thing. If you could change one thing, what would it be? Oh my God, I don't even know what I would do. I got to think about that. Okay, so, and I mean, I don't even think that I have both pages of this one post, because I think I only grabbed, you know, like the actual page. Anyway, so this was from whenever Lori was doing interviews while incarcerated here recently. So it says 10 hours. It doesn't tell me what date. Oh, it might in here when I uploaded it. It does not at all. So that sucks. All right. So another one, she says, I guess she's talking about the interview, and she says, I realize Lori is the draw and the moneymaker, and she will probably do as many interviews as she can while in Arizona because they allow it. But it could not be more painful and offensive to continuously hear her blame Tylee for everything. Tylee is not the catalyst that led to Charles's death. Lori was the catalyst. I remember Summer like kind of participating, maybe unwittingly. I'm just saying. She was definitely a point person. Tylee was an innocent victim and should be respected and treated as such. I believe we all agree on that. And since I'm venting about this, I will add what a double standard it is to prosecute Lori for conspiracy against Brandon and Charles, but not Chad. They have basically the same evidence. She doesn't say guilt. They basically have the same evidence against both of them. Some say it's because Chad got death penalty or because Lori may get an appeal for her previous conviction. Now, this was prior. I do want to say this is prior or while in the process of the trial for Charles. So I do remember that. So, I mean, that's interesting. Or because Lori may get an appeal for her previous conviction. What, Idaho? That's interesting. Or the victims the victims deserve justice, etc. I've heard several reasons, but at the end of the day, they both committed these crimes together. So they should either both be held accountable or both go away for the rest of their lives. I say that's kind of the same thing. Okay. whether they committed these crimes together or not, they are still going to go away for the rest of their lives. Okay. But again, Lori is the draw. She has been very good for the true crime economy. And as long as she keeps interviewing, the money will keep on flowing. That being said, I just happen to have this. I did not plan this. Okay. Oh, where's that? I know I might have passed it up. Let's see. I probably did. Oh my gosh. I didn't even think I had this many slides. Let's see. Oh, let me do this. It'd be much easier. Yeah, I remember whenever Summer went to CrimeCon, and that's a true crime economy. But you know, who am I? Who am I? Here, if anyone wants to grab a screenshot of this, this is what I read from, and just basically I made like a slideshow out of it, you know, where it does fancy stuff like that. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, CrimeCon. Remember CrimeCon? All right. I think Colby's going this year. So there's that. And so there's this page, and then there's this 314. Then there's this page. And I just find this whole conversation just angering, really. Just asking if she are like Summer asking Lori if she already knew about the Tesla incident. So does that mean that Summer didn't? Oh yeah, that's not even the rest of it, because she also says, okay, hold on. I just remember this. Hold on. I wish when I scrolled it would roll. I have to move it. Let's see. Yeah, you see where I spend most of my time, right? Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay, I might have to just pull the damn document up, because that's gonna piss me off. Look, I jumped over here to the whiteboard meeting with Lynn Backer. So hold on. Ooh. It would probably be better if I did. That is just troubling. And especially with the male-female symbol that she used right here, just like Lori, just like Zalema, just like Melanie Boudreau. Melanie Boudreau does more the monkey, hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil type stuff. But I doubt it was him. He wouldn't miss or leave witnesses. He usually makes things look like natural causes, but I don't know where he is or what he's doing. He has a message to me on his Smule account or page, but I haven't responded. Summer then forwarded Lori an image of an unknown subject on music recording app Smule with username. Yeah, that's just crazy. I would love to hear what DJ Norman has to say about Edgar. Okay. This is about Adam, because he had never asked to stay with Alex before. Summer also felt it was weird that Adam and Charles were coming into town on the same day. She was scared to death that they were going to do something. Remember whenever she went on 48, I'm sorry, was it? No, I think Morgan Lowe was an actual investigative journalist for 48 Hours, but it was Arizona Family or Arizona True Crime, the same station that Lori interviewed on with Brittany. And I remember Summer saying that she feels like if Alex wouldn't have been there, the day that Charles was murdered, that she feels that Tylee and JJ would have been on the news for a much, how did she say it? A much darker reason or a much different reason or something, like insinuating that Charles would have killed him or hurt him or something. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, she was scared to death. Something was going to happen. Summer was scheduled to go to New York when Adam and Charles arrived. She asked Lori and Alex if she should cancel her trip, and she asked Lori and Alex if she could, cancel her trip, and they told her to go. Fearing that something might happen to Lori, Summer called Alex and asked him to go stay at Lori's house. And then Alex apparently told Summer that Lori would be fine and that Lori would call him if she needed him. So, but I mean, he knew he was going to stay over there anyways. Summer eventually convinced Alex to spend the night with Lori. Well, and she's a good sister. Because, I mean, it must not have taken too much convincing because, I mean, that was the plan anyways. Summer stated that Adam came into town on Wednesday, July 10th. Weeks before this, Summer had arranged for Adam's son, Zach, to stay at her house while she was in New York. Adam came over to her house with Zach, and she and Adam ate and played a card game together. Summer did not say a word. Why? About her concerns regarding Lori's safety. Why wouldn't you? I mean, why? These people don't confront anybody. They're just assholes and they talk behind each other's backs. My opinion. Summer asked Adam why he came to Arizona. Why'd you come here? And she stated that he was very awkward with his answer. Summer added that Adam was not himself, and this was very concerning. Was he dark, Summer? Was he a zombie? Was he getting into zombie territory? Did you know about these percentages that your sister apparently used? I mean, she used it today. She asked the jurors if she was a percentage of guilty. I hate the percentages. Anyway, Summer added that Adam was not himself, and this was very concerning. She never mentioned anything about Charles coming to town on the same day. Summer felt that something was up, but was too chicken shit to apparently just ask her brother, right? But she did not know that. During the interview, Summer produced her cell phone and shared text messages between her and Alex. Lieutenant Ball read these text messages out loud on recording. Would love to hear it. On July 9th, 2019, this is the day I do believe, y'all, don't quote me on this until I can actually put my hand on it, but this is the day that Lori and Chad raped Melanie Boudreaux and Brennan Boudreaux's 4-year-old Blake as, dark. I remember that. I mean, I just ran across this recently. So this arrangement was obviously, on July 9th, 2019, Alex sent Summer a text asking if Alex could stay in her downstairs bedroom because he did not have a bed for him. Okay, that doesn't make sense. Okay, so Alex sent Summer a text asking if Adam probably could stay in her downstairs bedroom because he did not have a bed for him. So why would you? Okay, so Adam contacts Alex. Is like, hey, bro, can I spend the night coming into town? And he's like, sure. And then Alex contacts Summer. And instead of, I mean, blow-up mattresses are pretty cheap. I mean, he was quitting his job and shit, Alex, at this time. So why couldn't he, or at least ask Moneybags over there, Lori, off her Social Security money, off killing my uncle? They don't make sense. But then, of course, it's nothing to do with Alex having a bed or not having a bed for Adam because that wasn't part of the plan. Part of the plan was Adam and Charles, they're all, actually, Lori, Summer, Melanie Boudreaux, and Alex were all freaked out, and Janice, and I'm just going to add Daddy Barry in there. We're all freaked out and projecting all their crap onto my uncle and their son, Adam. But yet Janice goes in, or actually Adam brings his mom and dad to the temple when he got in. I mean, do these people not talk to one another except to play fake ass card games and pretend like everything is all right? And I do believe I just answered my own question. I do believe I just did. Because none of them talk about anything above, like, how are the kids? It just makes me wonder, because Summer did share, I just read that text to you earlier, that Summer did share Lori's religious beliefs. Okay. Where is that in this report? Tell me, how did they get how did they get there in that report? Like, whenever the detective was interviewing Summer, how did they get there? How did they get to that conclusion? That would be interesting to know. I mean, we know Emma believes that. We know that Tammy did to a degree. I'm like, degree kind of sounds like percentage, doesn't it? My bad. Summer agreed that Adam or Zach could stay at her place. This arrangement was obviously being made as Alex was going to be staying with Lori. So here, just pass them off, right? It's your problem. Because I can't confront mine. Or not. On July 11, 2019, Summer flew to New York. Before she left Phoenix, she sent Alex a text message stating, "On the plane, anything yet?" July 11th. This is D-Day for my Uncle Charles. Alex did not respond. Shocker. She would send another text to Alex when she arrived in New York around 10:19 p.m. It's a long ass flight. She asked Alex if anything had happened yet, as she was concerned that Adam and Charles were going. That's a bullshit cop out right there. Oh, I was just concerned about. No, you weren't. You were fishing to see if they had killed Charles yet. In my opinion, that's just the way these people change it around and slide their way out of shit. This is exactly, I believe, how Melanie Boudreaux has conducted herself as well. My opinion. This text was obviously after, this text was obviously after Charles had been killed. Alex responded by telling Summer to have fun and no worries. That could be a freaking movie quote for all I know. I don't know. These people talk to each other in code. It was not until July 12, 2019 that Summer called Alex. So here she is being a bugaboo. And she was informed that Charles was killed. I'm sure she cried. Summer stated that she felt that Alex and Lori were trying to protect her. Everybody's needing to protect them except for the kids and Charles and Adam and anybody else who they deem as, being nefarious. Summer stated that she felt that Alex and Lori were trying to protect her, so she didn't worry. So she wouldn't worry, while she's on her trip. Have fun. Get us a souvenir. After Summer returned from her trip, she was able to speak with Lori, Alex, and Tylee separately about what had occurred. She stated that all of their stories were consistent. This reminds me of Ian. Ian's like, he's going in wearing wires for the damn FBI. The whole FBI, okay? And then is like, all of a sudden he just dubs everything, deems everything as, well, I thought Melanie was into some shit. There's no way I could have, married into something so nefarious, right? And then I'm just going to fix her. Basically, I'm going to get her out of this. Melanie, referring to Melanie Boudreaux. And so all of a sudden they get married. You know what happens on marriage night, wedding night. And then he all of a sudden has a change of heart, so to speak. And then he stops participating with the FBI. And he's just like, I'm not going to participate with the FBI. He blames the FBI. And I want to say it's FBI special agent Ricky Wright, who's actually going to testify in this trial. Okay, so he is coming to Arizona. He's one of them. Another one is the Special Agent Hart. And then there's Special Agent Nick Balance. For sure, those three. I think there's even another one. I think his last name's Miller. And he's with the DEA. I remember hearing Nate when he was on vacation with his wife recently. And they were like reading from the witness list, I believe. And they were like, oh my God, the DEA. And I remember thinking kind of the same thing, like drugs. And then I remembered that there are traffic cams up and down the interstate, especially from Arizona or Mexico, Arizona, Colorado, oh my gosh, Utah, Idaho, up and down the corridor where there's a lot of trafficking, whether it be drugs, arms, humans, you name it. So they do have traffic cams, and they some of the data that we have from that we have in these reports about Alex traveling to and from and then returning, Phoenix and Rexburg on October 1st to shoot at Brandon on October 2nd. I mean, that's where I believe I think that's why the DEA is there or going to testify. Sorry about that. So after Summer returned from her trip, she was able to speak with Lori, Alex, and Tylee separately. And then she stated that all of their stories were consistent. So she's the judge and the jury here, just like Ian was with Melanie Boudreaux, because all of a sudden he deemed Melanie Boudreaux as nothing to see here. There's just, I don't know. He got laid is what it is. And then, Lord, I mean, she was pregnant within 2 seconds. No, I'm not throwing shade. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. It's really strange. And then I'm supposed to trust Ian's discernment. It's pretty whacked, if you ask me. He's hanging around with Melanie Boudreaux. There's FBI asking him to wear wires. And whether he sleeps with one eye open or not, that's his own damn fault. Like, he didn't walk into that. He dove head first into it, and he's backstroking, swimming, simulated swimming, It's like, or I'm sorry, synchronized swimming. I mean, he's got the little cap on his head. He is diving in the waters of Melanie Boudreaux straight up all day, every day. And I mean, so I just say I don't trust Ian or Summer Shiflett's judgment of character here. They're deeming people dark, basically. And in Brandon, I read a court filing of Brandon and Melanie's custody battle, right? And this was November of 2020, after Tylee and JJ were found, which is 5 days from now, the anniversary, 6/9/2025. They were found 2020, so 5 years ago they were found. But at that time, Brandon filed. I mean, it was pretty juicy the other day when I read it. I was like, holy shit. He talked about how, I mean, this is, of course, not proven in a court of law, but it was coming straight from Brandon's mouth to that paper in a court of law. It was in their motions with one another when they were fighting over the kids, when Brandon was fighting to save and keep his kids alive. Because if not, I think if Brandon didn't act like he did, and when he did, I think that we would have a lot more dead kids here. For sure. The way that Melanie looked in that body cam footage with her and Alex, of course, he is like, Alex is parked a few doors down. Essentially, he's driving a new Kia Telluride that Melanie Boudreaux purchased at that time because she was getting bought out by business partners of Brandon's and hers. When you go through a divorce, people have to buy you out, and then that way you're not liable for that company anymore, and vice versa. So it's like, yeah, love always, for sure. They tricks. But whatever it is, it's just, and they seem to be normal. Like, this is normal to them, just like with Debbie, Alex's ex-wife, his first wife, who thankfully came forward and shared her knowledge and experience with the Cox family, with Alex and Lori for sure, and the sexualization, all those things together. Holy crap. It's just Alex thought that Debbie was weird for bringing it up and having a problem with him putting his sister, Lori, and her wrapping her legs around her brother. And then Alex bouncing his sister up and down on his body. Okay. And then they were both moaning and simulating sex acts and sounds and stuff. And then Alex thinks that Debbie is cuckoo and off her rocker. You're weird. No, you're weird. Like, oh my God. I'm so glad she ran. I'm so glad she ran. It is disturbing when you really think about it. It is freaking just asinine, right? I'm just like, whoa. I've never one time done that. My brother, wait, what? What? That doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even cross the mind, So it's like, what the hell? And they think that we're weird for thinking that it's not weird. It's wrong. That's wrong. Yeah. Yeah, I bet he does. I bet he does. Yeah, exactly. For much different reasons. That's what Summer said. You just reminded me of it. That Tylee and JJ would have been on the news for much different reasons. Yeah. But I know that's not what you mean. But thank you. Yeah, it's really jacked up. It's not normal. It's not normal. And then to think it's normal, that's not normal. That's not normal either. It's very sadistic and enmeshed. Just no boundaries, just everybody, and I love my ex-mother-in-law, okay? But I remember when I was married to my high school sweetheart, I mean, we were together from the time we were 16, and then we graduated together. We bought a mobile home, but a home, together. And then I got pregnant when we were 20. No, wait. Oh my God, it's been forever ago. I know. Yeah, we got married at 20, and then I had my son at 21. But my husband was the same age as me, a little bit older, a couple months. But I remember, we made it about 7 years total. I was 24 whenever we got our divorce. And I remember, and I mean, again, I love my ex-mother-in-law, still do. She'll sometimes show up right here, I mean, she was always watching those Lifetime movies, true crime. I'm not saying Lifetime is, but she was always watching murder shows and stuff. And I'm like, oh my God, I just didn't really have an interest in it. But I'd watch some things. But I mean, I don't hold that against her. But my ex-mother-in-law got married to my ex-husband's dad whenever she was 14 or 15, one of the two. And he was like 19. I know it was different times. I get it, yada, yada, yada. But that's not right. And so I remember whenever me and my now ex, when we were trying to work things out, and I remember just knowing in my heart of hearts, I was just like, you're trying to make it work, but like once you get to that point, or once I get to that point, it's like I'm done. Like I've exhausted all the avenues. I can't go back, it's just, I even tried, but I remember my ex-mother-in-law pulling me to the side, and she was like, just try and work it out. And she named my ex-father-in-law at the time. He was my father-in-law. She was like, me and Redacted, we've been together for 30 years now. And I mean, they were very enmeshed, and using the children as pawns. There was my brother-in-law. My mother-in-law would basically favor my husband's brother, and then my father-in-law would favor my husband, and they would like it was so weird. Okay, so I'm so glad that I got away. Yeah. Oh my gosh, right. Zelda. You know it. No, I don't know. Actually, I'm not even gonna lie. You just reminded me of whenever, because like, look, we were young kids, right? And we worked our asses off, but still young kids, so they don't really pay you as good. And I was going to college at that time, but I remember buying, like, I could buy the washer, but I could not afford the dryer yet. So, and I remember buying, I think I got my income tax or something that year, and I got a washer and I bought a vacuum. And so one night, straight up, okay, so you asked if the trailer was rocking. Yeah, but not for the reasons Lori and Alex's did. Okay, I'm just kidding. Mm-mm. Anyways, but so it was pouring down. It was nighttime, and I mean, it was raining really bad. And so when you're in a mobile home, we used to be freaked out about bad weather. I'm not a fan of it still, but not near as bad as I used to be when I was a kid. And so I remember, oh my God, it's pretty goofy, but I remember I think I was putting my vacuum cleaner together. You know how it just kind of, some of the parts that comes in a box, and I was putting it together, and so it was storming outside, and it was nighttime, and I was sitting on the living room floor putting my vacuum cleaner together, and the trailer it's like shaking, and I'm like, holy shit, oh no. Tornado, twister. And I mean, I was fight or flight. It was my washer. It was just on spin. That's all. That was all. That's it. Nothing to see here. But I mean, it scared the shit out of me. But I was so happy whenever I did get a dryer. Finally. You bought a table with 6 chairs on payments. The guy gave us 2 chairs with it. Then another chair each week when we made a payment. I'm not meaning to laugh, but that's kind of interesting. Oh, really working for it, huh? Oh, hello, sweet Melanie. Ugh. I had a Kirby. The sucker was heavy. My mama, y'all, she had a rainbow vacuum, and she's old timer. Yeah. And so I would vacuum her living room, and it would take like water. It was the weirdest thing. I still don't quite understand how I didn't get electrocuted or how that works. And so when I would finish with her carpets, right, she would get me, because I mean, she became disabled. She had a stroke that really was horrible, and she got her speech back and everything, but she couldn't walk very well. And so she would say, "Hey, bring me that canister," and it would have the water. And then she would stick her hand in it, and there'd be like hair and just muddy ass water. And I'm just like, what are you doing? Thinking, why? It's clear. Look at it. I mean, just, I don't know. She got some kind of satisfaction out of her rainbow. And it was so inconvenient. It was so inconvenient. I understand it was a good brand, but it was very inconvenient. A pain in the ass. Yeah. The water is the filter. There you go. Thank you. I didn't ask. Yeah. Did your mom freaking, stick her hand in apparently the water filter where all the gunk would go? Wondering. I love my mama, man. I miss her. Checking for jewelry. That's good. That's a good one. Hey, never know. Yeah. Let's see. Jeanette says we have a Kirby, and I still owed $5 for selling one in 1999. Still, you better go knock on their door because it's interest and everything now. Oh man. Yeah. I hate a lot of kitchen appliances. Jason's more into kitchen appliances, and I'm just like, don't use. I don't want to sit there. I'll cut my own onions. I'll cut my own everything. Okay. Bell pepper, green onions. I'll do that. I don't want to have to clean that damn blender or the thing, the whatever. I remember my mom had the chopper thing. It had like a spring, you know, it's kind of more physical. I remember that little thing. That was okay. Oh my gosh, we were talking about some weird stuff, huh? Yeah, it did keep the dust down. There you go. Positive. You're seeing the positive things. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, she was a wealthy woman, and I mean, I'm telling you, she had that thing till she died, and it was old. And I mean, I'm talking like we would go to the vacuum repair shop. We would drop vacuums off and pick them up. And because my mama had rental property, and yeah, I really love using the rug doctor. Love it. I mean, like the real one, like the commercial. I bought like a regular one at Walmart after like probably about 5 years ago. And I was like, this is junk. And it was rug doctor, but it was junk. Yeah, they would get vacuum cleaner salesman. It's kind of like they would get people to sign up to win a free Kirby at the grocery store. My grandparents also owned a grocery store. Okay, you can't make this shit up. And then say they want a free rug shampoo, but you had to watch. Oh yeah, the demos. Oh God, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Jason used to be. He spoiled my ass. And then now not so much because, he's a little limited in his mobility, but that's okay. I like to cook too. And so I'm getting used to cooking again. And I never was one. I never would taste what I cook. I just knew it was good. Okay. I knew it was seasoned right. I knew all the things, but I'm rusty lately. Not recently, but I'm getting better. I'm getting back into it. I just have to okay, I'm not gonna knock the rug doctor. Oh yeah. A green shag carpet. Y'all, my Aunt Patsy and my Uncle Larry straight up had green shag carpet. Mm-hmm. Oh, I don't even know how to say that. A husky. You had to get a shark. I like sharks. That's what I feel like whenever we snark on Loria, I think of Lori. Snark. So snark. Okay, I told you. I'm a nerd. Mm-hmm. Jet said Jay. I agree. Oh, the Avon lady. I sold beauty control for what it's worth. Just saying. I used to love looking at the Avon catalogs. I have to say though that their perfumes, I was never really a fan. Oh my God, yeah, we are just fessing up, huh? Yeah, well, we're just reminiscing while we're on break. Yeah, those demos. We got a Bissell pet and it died and went through the portal in a month. I don't get why religion is always up in people's business with regard to relationships. It's as if they want to regulate sexy time as a commodity. That's interesting. And really true in a lot of cases, huh? I'm so sorry. Love always. Oh, that's crazy. Avocado green shag. I need to get a grill. Our back deck has every kind of griddle, smoker, etc. Now, I don't mind those appliances, but not taking up counter space and stuff like that. Not a fan of that. Oh yeah. my mother-in-law was a property manager and we would clean the townhomes apartments. She went through plenty of Electrolux vacuum. I've never heard of an Electrolux vacuum, honestly. Huh. I'm sure my mama has. For sure. For sure. I don't know. I learned a lot of things from her. I mean, between the store, like my grandfather would work nights and my grandmother would work the day shift. She would go to work at like 4 a.m. She would get to the store by herself. I mean, some of us grandkids would go with her, but I'd make it till about 7 a.m. and then I would lay on this pallet behind the counter and crash out for a good nap. But I mean, it taught me to, like, I would front the shelves, I would dust the shelves, I would bag ice, I don't know, I learned a lot of things there and how to talk to people that's why I love deep conversations, like philosophical, I like to just really get into it. And I don't too much really care for the small talk, but I learned how to do the small talk because customer to customer, you just make little short conversations. Don't want to keep them there. And so I don't know. I just learned customer service, I guess. Even when the lights would go out, we would have calculators and flashlights straight up. She would never teach me how to put if it was 1962, that's how much it was, then and I mean, I suck at math, but she wouldn't teach me how to put $20 in to get the change. I'd have to figure it out for myself. I hated that. But I don't know, but she would go to work at 4 o'clock in the morning and she would go straight to the kitchen. She would make homemade biscuits, homemade from scratch, flour, the whole thing. And she would make fried beignets and all kinds of things. I never did like the bread pudding. I never would eat it because I don't know. The register that I would work at, it was always right there. I guess the smell, I don't know. It didn't smell bad. I don't know. One of those things. You went to the one, oh my God. I went to the one house that didn't even have a doorknob and they had never ever vacuumed or swept the carpet. Oh my God. Right? It is not even funny to go in and clean after renters destroy the hell out of a place. I'm like, yeah, just burn it down. That's where it needs to go. I mean, there's one time though that I was like, Mama, the refrigerator it's beyond. Okay. I mean, I couldn't, and that's bad because I could get, elbows deep. Come out smelling like, that place or whatever. But I mean, they do clean up. I get it, but damn. Oh, that's sweet. Good old memories, huh? Well, the pickled pig feet were right there too. I was like, why? I always wanted to ask, like, why do you want to eat this? This is disgusting, Oh, well, good. Sammy Cameron says, I literally cleaning a client's house right now as you speak. That's awesome. It's awesome. It takes everybody to make the world go round, That's awesome. Oh. Central vacuums are a luxury. I've never heard of that. I'll have to look these things up. Oh no, Zelda. Oh my God. Yeah, renters can destroy a place in no time. No time. And then still ask for their deposit back and then look at you crazy when you're like, no. Sorry. See right here. Mm-mm. Oh no. Head cheese? I'm thinking of hog cheese. Ugh. Either way, doesn't sound great. Oh wait, is that the ones where the central vacuum? Is that the ones where you just sweep it to like the baseboard thingy? See, I remember like, okay, so whenever Uncle Charles and Lori, well, when he was alive and they were married, I know they moved around a lot. And I do believe that whenever there came a point when like my mom and Larry's company, uh, it came to a point where they had to have an office in Houston and they had to have one in Lake Charles and then they had to have one in like New Iberia. I don't know. There were just quite a few along the Gulf Coast. And so my mom was starting the one in Houston at that time. And me and the kids, we moved with her. And I do believe it was Uncle Charles and Lori that hooked her up with this woman's name, who was an interior decorator. And there's this whole business where people who are selling their homes, they will pay an interior decorator, with a realtor that usually lines up with the realtor, and the realtor and the interior decorator coordinate. And then they find people who, are okay with moving a lot, because all you really pay, like whenever we signed into this, it was a 6,000 square foot home and it had an elevator. Okay. It had a freaking elevator. And I think it had a central vac, if that's what it is. I couldn't find my kids. Right. I couldn't find my kids. It was wild. But I think that's why they moved around so much, because whenever the realtor is doing a showing, they give you like a 2-hour heads up. You can't have like religious stuff. So Lori couldn't have none of her temple stuff. You couldn't have like personal pictures of your babies, your kids, it had to be where a potential buyer would come in and they can picture it with, furniture in it, but not personal or anything. So you'd have like a 2 hours heads up. And so you would just kind of tuck things away and leave the house, go get some ice cream, come back. And then whenever they sell it.
Hey, Krisha.
Yes.
Trey says that she wanted to know if Todd is with your mother.
I don't know why.
Because she said that there's someone in the courtroom, a younger guy that's with your mother, and some people are wondering if it was Todd.
Well, shit. If it is, I don't know about it. It's interesting. Take a picture of it.
It's like they. That's pretty funny.
Is he really quiet?
Well, I guess.
Does he have a scar on his left temple?
A what? A scar on his left temple?
Yeah, because my brother got stabbed while he was in prison. In the temple.
A scar on his left temple. Well, Trey says that she can't see him from the front.
Well, she's gonna have to maneuver.
But she's seen whoever it is.
I mean, I don't want to bother them either.
No, but Trey says that it's somebody that she recognizes, so it could be Todd. You just didn't know if he was going to go now or not. Huh?
I mean, if so, yeah, then now I want to go, but I feel like I'm left out a little bit. But I mean, only because I would love to. I don't know how I feel about that yet. But I mean, that would be awesome if it was. But either way, I remember telling him about it. But he was still in prison whenever I told him about it, because I was like, I mean, this is the one time, if you do get out of prison at this point in time, then, this is the last trial. You could go there. I know it has nothing to do with JJ or Uncle Charles, but, it's still your chance to be there and, make her feel sick.
Yeah, let me see.
I would. Oh.
Well, they should be coming back pretty soon. And if your mom is back in the courtroom, it sounds like they are back in the courtroom.
I wonder if they were all together. My mom wasn't with Brandon and Jen, huh? When they were walking out of the courtroom and Nate was right
they
there.
weren't with. I was going to say your mom wasn't with them when they passed
My
Nate,
brother
I don't
has
think.
tattoos up his arms and stuff too. He has Trey and
He
he's
has
got Kanan.
He's got tattoos on his arms and Canaan on his arms.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So,
he's sleeved up.
well, Trace, was whoever this was, were they with Kay this morning too? Because
Come on,
if they
got a
were
side
with,
piece? Just kidding.
well, it may be as simple as
Larry?
what do you call it? What do you call those people? Courtroom
A gigolo?
advocate is what I was thinking.
Oh,
We're calling
yeah,
gigolos advocates now. That right?
that's
Yeah.
the gigolo everywhere I go. Life goes on without me, or something like that.
So,
Oh, that's
Beach
sweet.
Bum is
Love always.
timekeeping. She said it's 13 minutes till court goes back again. I reckon Loho got sick, unless Loho gets sick from eating.
Oh, please.
She doesn't.
I mean,
She doesn't want us to know what was the matter with her. She wanted to keep that a HIPAA secret. She didn't think that we needed to know what her problem was.
she's the problem. She's the tragedy pimp. She's the tragedy producer. She's all the things, but she hasn't gotten that memo yet. I mean, we're what? How many convictions down now? I mean, she's collecting them like she is multiple lives and stuff. Multiple ex-husbands, multiple everything. Personalities, probably.
I was thinking about that. How could she have all those different things going on in her head at the same time? And I wonder if she doesn't have multiple personalities.
I mean, yeah, we have Lori, the lawyer. We have Killer, translated queen. We got all the things, man. She's, ooh.
Yeah, there's that one Lori that doesn't like to put people out or bother people or hurt their feelings and all that.
It would embarrass her. That's perfect. Janelle says it's because she was not sick enough. That's why she didn't want us to know, because then we would see her even more for the fraud she is.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. She always wants to spare her feelings. I mean, she jammed right through the aggravating phase, argued with the or was that for Brandon's upcoming trial? Like, I don't know.
I think she argued with him last week about it too, about the aggravation or something.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about.
It was.
But
she,
I didn't know if it was for Brandon or for
everything.
Yeah, she'd argue with a damn wall, and she probably does. She probably does.
Probably.
Can you imagine? Ooh, poor wall.
And I don't know if you got this point, but it was the judge that said, okay, I want to make a note of this. That when the jury is in the room, she can speak. But whenever the jury is out of the room.
Oh.
I mean, when the jury's when the jury's in the room, she is pitiful. Yes. But
pity party.
Yes.
Ooh.
She noted that for the court, like for the record. It will be noted that she is acting different.
Yeah, Beach Lady, she is such a baby. She is.
I bet that gave her a narcissistic injury when he said that.
Look, just because I remember where these are exactly. Which one is it? I think it's this one.
I'm asking.
I'm trying to explain it to you. The jury did find probable cause that this was a dangerous offense. It's included in your indictment. So they did find...
They didn't find these specific aggravators. Being a dangerous offense and these specific aggravators.
Can I finish what I said, what I was saying?
Right?
I didn't interrupt you. Can I finish? Okay. The jury did find probable cause on the dangerous allegation. All right. You're not entitled to a probable cause hearing on the other aggravators.
after you're found guilty of a dangerous crime, that they're going to go back in. And what is the purpose of that? How does it change anything after that?
I don't know how else to explain it to you. So do you have other issues that you want to bring up today?
Yes, but I would like to finish this first. So are you denying my...
Girl, go get the rest of your damn jail uniform, okay? Nobody wants to see your shoulder with your tank top.
Motion to have a hearing on this?
I'm denying your motion to have a probable cause hearing as to the state's alleged aggravators.
How after the fact, these aggravators, if they are found, what do they do to change the charge or change the sentence or change anything?
Probably nothing in reality. You just said it. They don't change the charge. So you're not entitled to a probable cause.
This blew my mind.
Okay, then I don't want to have an aggravation phase either.
Okay.
Well, you can not.
How are you entitled to that? And I'm not entitled to a hearing on probable cause, but you're entitled to have an aggravation phase.
Okay. Well,
Goody goody gumdrops. Don't show the hell up, hooker.
if you don't want to attend, you don't have to attend.
Exactly.
I'm asking.
Bye.
I'm
Felicia. Wait.
I have to object to us having so much information go out about my personal information in that jury questionnaire. Do you not think that was a problem?
What personal information?
The state versus Lori Daybell.
What's the name of the case?
Yeah, but you don't put that on anyone else's questionnaire or one other person that's ever had.
She's like this expert. You don't. That's just not how it goes.
That questionnaire ever put out with their name on it. They just don't do it.
I do it in every trial I've done.
Then the people are just going to Google it, and then we're going to have the same exact problem we had getting a jury for that case.
Everybody's not a rule breaker and a law breaker like you. I'm telling you.
We're going to have the same exact problem.
Are you done?
There was no problem. He seated a jury faster than a cat can lick its hind end. Straight up.
Are you just going to keep?
Oh, I like.
Okay. How do we screen for if people have heard about you if we don't include your name? Okay. How do we screen for if
we're going to have the same exact problem?
How do I make? Oh, I don't know where. Oh, okay. Okay. I don't even.
Are you done?
No.
Are you just going to keep?
And he does his head.
How do we screen for if people have heard about you if we don't include your name?
I don't know. I missed it, I guess. Oh, right here. He does the whole head wiggle, like hello.
Do you have a response to that?
I'm just saying, you give them the name and they're just going to Google it.
They're instructed not to Google it.
I have to object to this.
I'm sorry, that just cracks me up.
Oh,
She is
man.
a wildcat.
I have to ask that you would recuse yourself from the obvious personal bias that you have against me.
And what personal bias is that?
Obviously,
Her head is like a bobblehead. Yeah.
the personal bias that you're showing right now and that you've shown on the FTR several times during the trial.
I don't have any personal bias.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I've over accommodated you on when you have to disclose things. In fact, your expert should be summarily precluded today, and I haven't done that.
You denied every single one of my motions since for a year and a half that I've been here. Every single one of my motions has been denied. And have any of those motions not have merit? You've denied every single motion.
I think I was here this morning about 15 minutes ago when I granted your motion to meet with your attorneys over the lunch hour. I have granted other motions of yours. Okay?
That's the first motion that you've ever granted.
Well,
in my behalf.
File motions that have a legal.
If she wouldn't make such just outlandish claims that you know for a fact you can go and disprove her, like not every single damn motion. So if she would be factual about her claims, she may have some leg to stand on or a wheelchair wheel to lean on. I don't know.
Basis, and I might grant them.
So you're saying none of my motions have had merit?
Not.
I have to ask that you would recuse.
She's wild, yeah. Anyways, that's enough of that. Oh, wait. I forgot about one. I'm scared. They're going to blare at me when I pass through.
I have to ask that you would recuse yourself.
Let me do this. That's the one thing I don't like about like TikTok and this. Mom, where's mom? Boy. Just looks at her watch. Boy. It's just funny. Mom's like, I know it's not very ladylike. I swished water in my mouth. Like, oh my God. I'm like, Mom, it's fine.
Do you know that
It's
Lori
like
Vallow?
she's getting ready for. It's like she was getting ready for a fight or something. You know, take a
Yeah.
big drink before you go in.
In this corner.
Oh my gosh.
I think I do need to bring the jurors in to tell them something. So can we have Ms. Daybell sit in a regular chair and bring the wheelchair out into the hallway?
I don't think I can even sit here. I need to go lay down. Last time you said it was going to be 15 minutes. It was an hour and a half where I was sitting here trying not to throw up on TV in front of the jurors. I don't know about you rescheduling this for Wednesday. It puts a lot of pressure on me to be better and ready for Wednesday. And if I'm not, I don't like to disappoint people. I don't like putting people out of their way, all the jurors and all these things, and all the pressure is on me. That's not going to help me get any better anytime soon.
She don't need to do her eyebrows, okay?
What is your suggestion?
I don't know, but I'm saying if I were, so tomorrow, if I'm not better and I let my team know, are you going to drag me in here like you did today with
Yep, and he proved it.
the team that came to get me? Do you know they felt so sorry for me to have to get dragged out of bed to be here?
Yeah, the answer is yes. I probably will order that you be here Wednesday because I need to confirm how you're feeling. You because you represent yourself, no one else can waive your own appearance.
You're welcome to come over to the jail and come to my cell and see how I'm doing in there.
All right, I'll take a pass on that. I think I do need to.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it does. It's like they don't use contractions. They say it all out I don't know, it's weird. It's weird. She got her ass up and she got dressed, not in her jail garb, and she rolled up in a wheelchair. Straight up. Choppy syllable girls. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it was really nice to hear that from him. Anyways, I need to fix it. Are we back on yet? Let me see.
They are back in the courtroom, and so they are tweeting. I put one from Justin. I'm fixing to put one from Nate in there.
Gracias. I think I have one. Okay, yeah, 1:26 p.m. Arizona time. Back in the courtroom, as I was walking through security, Lori's paralegal was behind me carrying blouses, other outfits that are presumably for Lori. I should note that after this morning's hearing, Lori walked out of the courtroom. She did not need to be wheeled out. Anyways, that was interesting though, because just like whenever my mom took JJ home from the hospital, and hospital policy is that, she had to sit in a wheelchair and be wheeled out with JJ. Because it's hospital policy. So it made me wonder if that's what the jail policy was. Anyways, I'm just curious about it. Or if she got her team to feel sorry for her and they're like, oh yeah, here, roll up in a wheelchair. And that way you look legit. I don't know. I do think she is sick. And more than just in the head. I think she's sick. But, I mean, she was clinging onto that Kleenex the other day in one of her hearings. It looked like it had seen better days. But, I mean, nobody cares because she's a child killer. She kills innocent people and tries to for exploitation and money, to get gain. So we don't feel empathy or compassion, sympathy, nothing. And it's not all just her. I think we just are pissed off at her.
Go ahead. Nate's had said that that Kay and Brandon have walked in with the advocate, but he didn't say whether it was a woman or a man. So, see what Trace has to say here.
I guess I could find a picture.
Oh, Trace said the person isn't here this afternoon that she thought was your brother. I would guess that if it was your brother, he would be there.
Maybe. I didn't go all day. But, I mean, I'll put a call in later after court, and just ask.
Yeah.
Inquiring minds. I'm waiting.
Yeah. So
I'm looking for pictures too of my brother. Let's see. Let me go back over there. Let me update.
So Justin says that Daybell just entered the courtroom. Now I've lost my own damn thing. Daybell just entered the courtroom with her files and sat down next to Robert Abernathy. She takes a sip of water and talks to Pamela Hicks behind her briefly.
I wonder if she
reporters.
Remember how he said he would let her have lunch with them? I wonder if she did today. That's one of my questions. Not that it matters. I don't really care what she does, but I mean, I'm curious to see if she is she doing it so she can confer with them, or is she doing it so she can have a little more free time amongst people who she is the only time like she gets to feel kind of normal?
I think it's probably the latter, but I was just thinking to myself, Nate said that Trina K showed that she was just having a peanut butter and jelly sandwich for lunch. Maybe she doesn't want to make, it's not her that has lunch with her, it's the other one. Good. Trina K don't want to eat with her.
Oh yeah, no. Ooh, I can't wait. I hope she does interviews after this trial is over. I want to know if she's ever had a defendant before who was pro per.
I don't know, but Trace mentioned that usually she would have got up to do the questions that she did, but because Lori didn't, she didn't, just to, not show there was a difference in, I guess to not prejudice the the jury, that she couldn't even get out of her chair to walk over there because she's a criminal.
Right.
Yeah. That's not exactly what I meant to say, but
it came out.
Yeah, it came out wrong.
Yeah, I still don't have any update. Come on, Nate. Oh my gosh. Reading this little article, it says former BYU Idaho professor accused of 20 counts of exploitation of a minor in Utah. I want to
That's
click on
a headline you're reading. Oh my gosh, I imagine. Judge Bresky is here, and he asked the jurors if they can start at 9:15 on Friday.
Okay.
And there's no issues with that. Well, good. Yeah.
Okay. I have updates too. The last one I had was at 1:26 p.m. and the next one is at 1:29. It says Brandon and Jenny Boudreaux just walked in with their victim advocate. Kay Woodcock is also in the courtroom. I feel like a parrot. And then Lori just walked in and is sitting at the defense table. She's drinking from a bottle of water and chatting with her advisory attorneys. 1:31, the jury is walking in. The judge's assistant asked everyone to rise for them. Everyone is standing in the courtroom except for Lori. 1:33 p.m. There are around 40 to 45 left in the pool. Judge wants to seat 12 jurors and 6 alternates this afternoon. Judge Boreski is on the bench. Last one for now. Judge begins telling the jurors court may start, again, echo, at 9 or 9:15 a.m. on Friday. He asked if there would be a conflict for anyone. None of them raised their hand, so that's good. Okay. I think we're going to do it. I'm sorry if I'm echoing it, but
no, that's the way it is. But sometimes, most of the time, they say the same thing, but they don't usually use the exact same words.
Yeah.
And sometimes it really kind of does help you to hear it from both of them.
And yeah, you get a better picture.
Right. Because this morning, whenever they were saying, no, she's talking better. She's
Could not
talking
feel
better
good.
when the jurors aren't here. But whenever I saw that, hey, the judge said it was in quotation marks, that's a whole nother matter than me and you saying it. If the judge is putting it on the record.
At 1:35 p.m. on the back of each juror form, there is a list of questions such as if the person is employed, where they work, if they are married, and if they have served on a jury before. The first juror says she is unemployed but used to work at Dunkin' Donuts. Judge says, "Oh," everyone laughs. That's cute. He did promise them donuts. And the next thing is jurors go down the line and talk about their jobs, their spouse's occupation, and whether they've served on juries before. One lady says she served on the jury of a civil case in the past. She was the foreperson. Judge asks if she understands her opinion is the same of all other jurors. She does. That's all for now. For now.
Let's see here. What is Justin saying? He's not said anything for a minute.
They must be chatting with one another.
Let's see here.
Oh. Come on.
Yeah, she used to work there, Fancy Nancy. She don't work there anymore. So I don't know if she can get a discount on the donuts since she don't work there no more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
Trace is saying that whoever this man is that they're trying to figure out has got a pirate's head covering on. No, maybe she's not talking. Maybe she's talking about the juror. I don't know whether she's Trace. Oh my gosh. She says this guy has got a pirate head covering on. Well, who is she talking about?
My brother's like 39. I don't know if that helps.
I told her
He's
so
he might be 38. I don't know.
I messaged her about I messaged her about the tattoos and the scar.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm hanging on Trace's next message. I hadn't even looked to see what Justin's got to say. Okay. I'm sorry. I timed out somebody and fell asleep sitting up. Oh my gosh. You don't have to do all these confessions, Trace.
The next one says variety of occupations among this pool: Banner Health employee, DoorDash, nonprofit, retired, etc. She's lucky she didn't have that Banner Health on the last one. Whew. I mean, Robin from Banner Health. When Lori said she was not angry when she found out she was not angry.
That's kind of wild, isn't it? But that will come up again.
Yeah. Let's see. Nope. Nothing.
Excuse me.
Okay.
I'm going to have to get me a cough drop.
I hate those things.
Oh my gosh. Last night it seems like I couldn't get air. So I got cough drops and I've taken cough medicine and some allergy medicine. I just wonder I'm sitting up.
You sound like Lori.
Just kidding. Well, Lori is different from me. I was going to be dragged out of my bed and come over here and look at her regardless.
You're a real translated being.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's interesting about her paralegal bringing her some new clothes. She better have them to cover up the zapper. I don't care what she got to do.
I get, she's never wore a boxy jacket in her life that would cover up something like that. You know what I'm saying? Everything she's ever worn has tried to show her curves and be, girly. And I'm sure that is not her cup of tea, wearing a big boxy jacket.
Where's her yellow bikini? I mean, her yellow one piece that she sent to Chad. Remember that? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Goodness. I'm reading this. This is different than the other one. It's weird. I mean, if so, I don't remember reading this. Hold on.
Okay.
What the heck? I mean, this is from June 4th, 2025, updated at 2:27 p.m. their time. Let me refresh it just in case, because I think I'm losing my mind. But I mean, this page, I mean, because I have two of them open. But the same date, So I'm trying to figure out the discrepancy. I guess I don't remember doing. I don't want to confuse anybody by going back. But at 11:50 a.m. it says, I don't remember reading this. Several of the jurors who had conflicts are being excused. Trina agrees to dismissing a juror. Lori does not respond. Goreski says, quote, I'm going to observe the defendant. Her mannerisms appear perfectly normal in front of the jury. But when the jury is not here, she can no longer speak. Lori does not speak. I don't remember reading it. I remember you reading it.
And then I went back and said it too. In fact, I think I put it in there later, because it shocked me so much that when I realized that it was an actual statement from the judge and not just an offhanded statement from one of them, I was like, well, that's pretty bold. And can you imagine how embarrassed you would feel if somebody right in front of your face made a statement which basically says you're faking?
Yeah. The next 1:41 p.m. it says there is also a variety of ages in this group. Some seem to be right out of high school, while another man says he has retired twice from different jobs. Others are raising kids. Others have children who are grown and out of the house. Okie dokie. But it just seems like this, again, I have both pages open. They're both the same date. They're both the same thing. But one only goes up to 1:26 p.m., whereas the other one is still trucking. It's weird. So I'm going to close it. I'm just going to close it. And just go back to my tried and true.
The other day when I was doing it, at one point, Twitter stopped responding to me. I'm mad at you. You're not going to just look at those two things. And it wouldn't do it. It wouldn't show me anything but their profile. It wouldn't show me any of their posts. And I had to go completely out of it and wait a minute and go back in. I don't like Twitter.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. At 1:42, one woman served on a previous jury in an armed robbery case. The verdict was guilty. Then it says Lori is taking notes as the different jurors introduce themselves. Trina K is also taking notes. Well, I feel like I was there. No. Just being sarcastic. No shade. Lori. Oh, no, I already said that. Well, damn. Okay, so what I can do. I'm going to put another hearing from this week
okay
up on the screen. This is the day she got feisty. So, make sure. Okay, let me pop that out. I mean, he's nice to look at, so and have the words on there. So let's see. Nope. Empty.
Cleaning those glasses.
I'm getting a little warm in here. I'm about to turn my air on. It's taking a while though. 3:47 here.
Oh, I just thought of something. I need to go do something. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Can you handle it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're just gonna do East Idaho news.
Okay, well that's fine. All right. Well, I'm gonna.
Okay. She cut herself off. Okay. I'm refreshing. Still waiting. They're still taking notes. Both of them. So well, sorry, I'm not on the StreamYard page where I can see you guys, so I'm going between two different things. Okay. Well. This is a little, like repetitive, monotonous. Come on, y'all. I know y'all are talking in the courtroom. Duplicate and then refresh. Niente. Okay, well, I'm just gonna go chill with y'all for a minute and we'll just wait. We will just wait. You listening? What you listening to? I'm sitting right behind Brandon. Tap him on his left shoulder and then hurry up and go to the right. So when he looks back, he'll be like, oh my God. No, I'm picking. Don't do that. I'm just being silly. A throat coat. What? Coat throat? Is that something? No, this is an older here. I'm just giving y'all some visuals because I'm pretty boring. I'm waiting on them to update. I'm waiting on Nate to update. Update, Nate. It's not updating for you? Okay, so it's not a conspiracy against me. No. I didn't think it was, but it's interesting. It's like, come on, I know y'all are talking in there. I mean, we also have Trace, but I mean, maybe nothing really big is going on. Nothing newsworthy. Are we waiting till Monday? No, I think it's tomorrow. Hold on. I'll go find where it said that. Let's see. Judge begins telling the jurors court may start at 9 or 9:15 a.m. on Friday. What about tomorrow? He asked if there would be a conflict for anyone, and none of them raised their hand. But I remember Nate saying earlier, let me pull that back up. want to clarify. I'll pull it up in the transcript on YouTube. It'll just take me a little bit. History. And which video was it? Yeah, I'm going to turn my air on. It's hot. Okay, it's this video. Oop, let me pull the transcript. Hello. Come on. All right. Control F and then put court. I don't know if that's a good word. There's 21 words in the transcript with court, but we'll find it. I mean, I can read the whole damn transcript. The judge has issued an order that Lori Vallow Daybell appear in court this morning. I'm going to give it a minute, though, because right now it says nobody's... Okay. So, let's see. Let me get back. He's just jibber-jabbering, and he said he came about... This is from his video earlier. He said he came about 30 minutes ago and said that the jail told me that Lori Vallow Daybell would not be going to court this morning unless the judge ordered her to go to court this morning. And then I got in the car and started to drive here, and I got another email from the sheriff's office saying the judge has signed an order and Miss Daybell will be in court this morning. So the update is she's on her way. She might already be there. Maybe she'll drive by here as I'm walking. Sorry about the planes overhead. We're close to the airport. So should be an interesting day. Lori Vallow Daybell has been ordered to return to court and likely explain her sickness, her illness, see how she's doing. The judge the other day ordered on Monday that she undergo a medical evaluation at the jail and get some sort of diagnosis. And then in the way I read it, the judge wants her to file a motion of continuance or something. Her defense team would likely need to file some sort of motion or something that says we request that the trial be put off due to illness or something. I have not seen that. I don't believe anything has been filed. I do know that Lori yesterday or 2 days ago was feeling sick. We saw that in the courtroom. She said she was feeling sick. She did not want to go to court, but the deputies told her she needed to go. She needed assistance in putting on her street clothes, which will be interesting to see today if she shows up in street clothes or her jail uniform. Exactly. I would imagine she'll be in street clothes because if the judge deems that this trial needs to go on, then jury selection will begin today. Oh, wait, that was from his lunch live, huh? I'm reading the wrong damn one. I'm so sorry. Wait, no. Hold on. I'm looking. I feel silly if I read all that. I mean, it just says... Yeah, I'm confused. Let me see if there's an update in between my confusion. Okay. Yeah, we have a few. One. Oh, like we have one update. So at 1:51 p.m. Arizona time, jurors continue introducing themselves. We have about 5 left. Yay. Okay. So there's that. Let me go back to looking at the transcript. Trying to figure it out. Okay. It was breaking. Okay. I mean, his thumbnails are all the same. It's him, so it's not, it's harder to distinguish. And I'm looking at my YouTube history. I don't know. What day is this? It's weird. Let me just go to, yeah. Okay, lunch update. Damn. Couldn't find my way out of a wet paper bag today, for sure. All right, let me try this again. Okay, there's only 19 times. Lori State, and he was. Well, the first time of all, let me back up. The judge came into the court. This is from Nate Eaton's Lunch Live earlier. I'm trying to figure out what days we go to court this week. So let me back up. The judge came into the court. There was a representative from the sheriff's office. There he said that Lori Vallow Daybell was treated in the infirmary was seen by a medical professional. There was one condition that she had, but the jail said that the medical professional said it was not serious enough that she should miss court, and they went into a sidebar. We saw that earlier because she did not want her health, HIPAA, discussed publicly. So they put on the headphones and with the mic, and they began discussing. We don't know what was said during that. Lori was in normal clothes. And after that, the judge said, quote, "I find that the defendant is ready to proceed with jury selection," unquote. And they then began jury selection, and all of the jurors came in around 60 or so. They went through the process of the judge. He began asking questions in the beginning. You know, do you have law enforcement? Are you related to law enforcement? Do you have concerns if law enforcement testify? Things like that. He's talking about his volume. Then the prosecution got to ask questions after that. And after the prosecution asked their questions, Lori got to ask questions, and she did ask questions. I will note that they sat at their tables. They did not stand and approach the lectern like jury selection before and address the group. The judge let her sit. He let Trina K sit. So it was equal. If you don't know anything about Lori potentially being sick, you wouldn't know that she spoke normal. She spoke soft. As time went on, her demeanor, her voice became stronger, and she seemed to be more sure of herself. I don't know if you can say that. She just seemed definitely more into it, to the point that after all of the jurors left, the judge noted on the record, "I do want to note that when the jurors were here, Lori was able to talk normal, but once she left, she could no longer speak because she was not answering him and was very down, I guess." The judge did allow about 15 to 20 jurors be dismissed, and now we're on lunch break. I did stick around, one of those last ones to leave, to see how Lori left the courtroom. She walked out. There was no wheelchair today. So she walked out, and what will happen after this lunch break, the jury will get picked, and that'll be it for the day. Opening statements will happen tomorrow morning, and that will give Lori time to get her statement. The prosecution will go all day tomorrow. And it's okay. So we're going to do opening statements tomorrow. Okay. I'm just talking Crusher now. So we'll do opening statements tomorrow, and then we'll go straight into prosecution, and she'll probably take the rest of the day. And then on Friday, whoa. Let me just read his words again. And that'll be it for the day. Opening statements will happen tomorrow morning, and that will give Lori time to get her statement. The prosecution will go all day tomorrow. So we'll be there tomorrow. We'll go all day on Friday, and then the trial will proceed. So good news is we don't have to wait. We don't have a jury at 100%. And then he's talking about his volume. Lori does get to pick the jurors with her advisory council. They are there was at one point where there was some talk of ibuprofen between Lori's attorneys, and the judge and attorney said something like, quote, "You can't force her to take it," unquote, something along those lines. And the judge said, quote, "I'm just offering," unquote. So I don't know if the judge was offering the fact that he can get her some medicine to help her out or not. She was in normal clothes today, and as I mentioned, she did not need the wheelchair. She did have questions of the jurors, intelligent questions such as, how many of you are gun owners? Does owning a gun, will that affect your ability to serve fairly? There were not any major issues with this jury pool. A few are going to be leaving town. The calendar was pushed out a bit for the fact that we'll have trial today. Okay, so we'll have trial today, tomorrow, Friday, and then next week, all of next week, and then possible the week after, like June 23rd. So that's where we stand now. We'll be back in the courtroom at 1:30 Arizona time. The potential jurors are now all getting lunch. He wanted to give Lori a break. The judge seems to be very accommodating for her illness, as far as letting her sit, offering some sort of medication, ibuprofen, whatever. The big thing was that the jail brought over a medical professional, or at least a deputy, and so the deputy testified to the judge that they could find no serious illness. I imagine if it would have been the flu, like influenza or COVID or something, pneumonia, something serious, they would have said, she's sick. She's very sick. She has this or whatever. But they said that there's not there. I don't know what that means. And remember that this is the same judge. Lori has clashed with this judge, has verbally asked him to step down from the case, and then filed a written motion to step down. There was a hearing last week in front of another judge where she said he can remain on the case. He's not shown an unfair bias to you. So she does not like this judge and thinks that he is unfair to her. He made it clear the other day when she motioned that or said she was sick, "I will still be the judge on this case. I want to make it clear, whether we have this case next week, whether we have it in June, July, August, I'm going to be the judge." So, she's not getting out of getting a new judge. She's not getting it postponed. And then he talks about narcissistic injury. I said that wrong. But anyway, so the point of this was to get at least Nate account on the dates of trial scheduled this week or not. So let me copy and paste that while I'm right here. Let's see. And then I'll go chat. There's got to be some damn updates by now. For sure. Okay. Let me put this here. Copy, paste. Let me check on the update. Okay. Refresh. Just seeing where we are. Okay, let me get back over there. All right. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Okay, so right now, let's see how many we have. All right. Okay, so so the last one we talked about was at 1:44 p.m. Lori is taking notes as the different jurors introduce themselves. Trina K is also taking notes. So we already said that one. Now we're going to at 1:51 p.m. Jurors continue introducing themselves. We have about 5 left. Actually, I think that was the last one. Introductions have concluded. Judge asked Trina and Lori if they have any follow-up. They do not. Judge says he is going to focus on the jury box. Quote, "The people over here have a high percentage of being on the jury," unquote. He asks one final time if there's anything he thinks they need to know. Oh, okay, wait. He asks one final time if there's anything he thinks they need to know that would prevent them from being able to be fair and impartial. And then none of them raise their hands or their cards. The judge excuses all of the jurors into the panel while he and the parties will work to finalize the jury. Okay, there were 18 jurors in the box. Judge says he wants to seat 12 jurors and 4 alternates. I thought he said 6. Okay, so the last 2 in the front row will not make it on the jury, Boreski says. Then judge will bring in the 16 jurors. They will be sworn in. They'll be read the charge, and he will explain the preliminary instructions. By my count, there are 8 men and 8 women on this jury. So, oh my God, that's totally polar opposite from the last one, right? Let me go over there before I go to the next update. I'm posting this in the chat. But I mean, that's pretty easy to remember. 8 men, 8 women, it looks like, according to Nate. So, okay. So, yeah, by my count, there are 8 men and 8 women on this jury. Then the judge dismisses all jurors in the back of the courtroom. The remaining 16 jurors will be given new numbers, numbers 1 through 16. Then the judge asks the jurors to stand and raise their right hands. The clerk swears them in. Dun, dun, dun. Oh my God, we're doing it. Okay, next update says the clerk reads the charging document. Lori Daybell is charged with conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Quote, on or about October 2nd, 2019, with the intent to promote or aid the commission, and agreed with Alex Cox that at least one of them or another would engage in conduct constituting the offense, unquote. Lori has pleaded not guilty to the charge. Judge's assistant now hands out the packets of jury instruction. These instructions can be lengthy. Judge will read them to the jurors. So at 2:07 p.m. Arizona time, Boreski begins reading instruction. They must not speculate or guess about any face. What? They must not speculate or guess about any face. Then it says race, color, religion, sexual orientation should not, those things should not influence them. They must listen to the facts and let that lead to their decision. Okay. Waiting on the next updates. Let's back that up. While we're right here. So 8 women, 8 men. Interesting, right? We're split right down the middle as far as gender. And it's all like Donkey Kong, says Beach Bum. Let's get it on, huh? Yeah, it is. So y'all are pretty okay with the 8 men, 8 women. And then Trace confirms that. So there's that. We have a jury. Tosh is one of the jurors that she actually did interviews with media after the fact. She has the really short hair, very well spoken, I believe, in my opinion. She was on the jury that found Lori guilty for murdering Michael Charles. Yay. So let's pray for these jurors for sure. Let's pray they don't pull their hair out. And then Nate, Lori has pleaded not guilty to the charge. Judge's assistant now hands out the packet of jury instruction. Okay, I think I read that. Oh, okay. No, you fix that down here. Trace 8. Yeah, so there's 8 men, 8 women. Well, I'm looking for my I'm looking for my post where I put 8 men. Well, okay. Y'all can keep it up. All right, let me go back over here and then a refresh. Okay. The next. So yeah, Lori had she pleaded not guilty to the charge. They were handed the packets of jury instruction. The judge is reading them. Boreski begins reading instruction. They must not speculate, or I already said all this. They must not, speculate or guess about any race, color, religion, sexual orientation. None of that should influence them. They must listen to the facts and let that lead to their decision. And defendant represents herself. Anything that the judge reads about attorneys or lawyers applies to Lori. The fact that she represents herself should not be used for or against her. Judge says jurors should not speak with anyone about the case outside of the courtroom. If anyone approaches them and tries to talk about it, judge needs to be informed. He explains what evidence is. Okay. Let's wait on the next round. Yay, I'm just so glad that we got that seated, even with Lori's name on the questionnaire. Just, all that information. I mean, maybe she means like however many last names she has, if they were included. It's like Lori Cox, Yanez, LaJoya, Ryan, Vallow, Daybell. And I mean, she's still alive. I'm just, woo. If that were included on the questionnaire, then I might worry, I'd be like, wait, don't put all those names, please. I'm telling you, we have a law firm around here. It's called Cox, Philo, Cook, Reed, and Welsh. I don't know why I remember it. There's magnets, that they hand out, and I don't know. It just stuck. And why does it say Cox, right? Okay, so then the judge. Okay, so there's one update. It says judge explains what sidebars conferences are. He says that they will try to keep them to a minimum. Quote, please do not be concerned with what we are discussing at any bench conference that we have, unquote, he says. I'm going to turn my air conditioner on. I'm dying. Ooh. Man, I hope y'all did not just hear my hips pop. I'm going to try and go mow some grass whenever we convene here. I hope that's not too loud. Oh my God, it did that thing again. It brought me down to the weird. Okay, no, it just fixed itself. Okay. I'm like, what? It only went to a certain time, like earlier. Okay, so so after he explained the sidebars, conferences, not to worry about what they talk about, Boreski says the charge is not evidence that Lori has committed a crime. So she is presumed by law that she is innocent. The state must prove she is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. 2:14 p.m. If a jury finds Lori is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, they must find her guilty. If not, they must find her not guilty. Pretty simple. I'm just refreshing. It's a lot of damn updating. Let's see. Okay, so 2:15 p.m. Judge says jurors can accept everything a witness says, part of it or none of it. It's up to them. Thank y'all for being so patient. Do, 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 do. And so I did like a little analysis earlier of what we had up until lunch. And it says, based on the live update, here's it's kind of summarizes it. Here's what we know about the jury selection process so far on June 4th. So this was, again, lunchtime. Actually, let me grab what we are up to date and I'll do it. That way there's no confusion. We'll have the most up to date. And copy. Okay. 2:16 p.m. Police officer testimony should be considered on the same level as other witnesses. It should be held higher than the testimony of others. What? Police officer testimony should be considered on the same level as other witnesses. And then the next sentence says, it should be held higher than the testimony of others. What? I mean, that kind of contradicts itself. Exclusionary rule is in effect for all witnesses. This means they have to remain outside the courtroom during the entire trial until they are called to testify. Brandon Boudreaux is excluded from the rule as he is the victim. Whoa. Zoom. Okay, let's see. 2:17. Jurors will get notepads and pens. They are encouraged to take notes, but should not let them be a distraction. They should not be discussed with other jurors until deliberations. When the trial is over, the notes will be destroyed. I wish they would go into a book or Wikipedia page or something. That would be awesome. I wish Lori's notepads would. I wish we were able to see that. Okay, paste and fresh. I'm missing my baby right now. I mean, I don't know if he left. I don't even know if he left. He could still just be in the bedroom. I know Larry was supposed to come by here today. I haven't heard anything back here. Okay, so then the next update says judge tells jurors to always wear their juror badge around the courthouse. If they have questions or need additional information, submit their request in writing to the judge, and he will discuss with the attorneys. Sorry. Okay. Let's see. I'm still here, just bouncing around. Nothing. I'm gonna go visit with y'all then. I like visiting with y'all. KJ said she is planning on coming on after this. All right. The Bish is back. So does the trial start early tomorrow too? I think it said 9 or 9:15, according to Nate Eaton, but I'll find out for sure. Justin says the judge is finishing up preliminary instructions. Each juror is reading through the packet they have in their hands. Yeah. Oh, there's an actual, I don't know if you know this, song. I think it's this. I think Alex Cox is on Shmuel singing that. And I'm like, no, don't roll that. I mean, don't sing that. Don't roll that. Thank you, Les. Appreciate you. And then according to Justin, the judge tells jury to decide on the case only from the evidence presented. He reminds them not to research the case. Don't do it. Don't think about doing it. Don't even dream about doing it. There you go. Thank you, Beach Bum. Friday for sure, 9:15 AZ time. Okay, let me go back to this. Thank you. So Zero asked, was there an indictment or just a preliminary hearing? Okay, there was an indictment. I remember reading reading that specific document the other night on a live. Lover of Pun says 10 tomorrow. So tomorrow at 10 and then Friday at what time? I don't know. I don't know. I'm getting mixed up. Hold on. At the end of this, I'm going to go down a whole punchline, okay? So, no wheelchair today. See what loving Jesus can do. Oh, right. That's a good one. Yeah. Well, I guess they had a day off yesterday, too, if you think about it. Lori time, right? 10 tomorrow, 9:15 on Friday, says Lover of Puns. Thank you. According to Nate, judge tells jurors to always wear their juror badge around the courthouse if they have questions or need additional information. I said this earlier. Submit their request in writing to the judge, and he will discuss with their attorneys or with the attorneys. Thank you. Thank you, Donna. All right, we have a few more. Jurors cannot take notes with laptops, phones, electronic devices, etc. Quote, it is your duty not to speak with or be addressed with any person on any subject connected to the trial. If someone should try to talk with you about the case, walk away, unquote. Judge says when jurors go home and are asked about the case, all they can say is they are on a jury and the length of the trial. They cannot discuss the evidence, the parties, etc. Then, nope, it refreshed back to that earlier time. Hold on. I'll try the other damn page. It's doing the same damn thing. Okay, I'll just go back over there and read the comments that Donna and Trace post. Love always says Chad must be using a voodoo doll in the portal on Lori, making her feel bad. Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. Lover of Pun says, now that's interesting because the juror Tosh in Charles's case told her grandmother, oh, what? Oh, Lori's name. Oh, yeah. Right. That is true. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Zero says, I remember that Alex song Hurt a lot. That must mean something. That is interesting. I never thought about going into the lyrics. Of course, I don't want them to ruin anything else that I like. Okay. Thank you, Lover of Puns. Fancy says, Lover, don't go there. We did. Lover, oh, no. Jacqueline Welch, consultant, live bling bomb parties. It's a long name, but it's very, very colorful. I think tomorrow's 10 and Friday is 9:15ish. I'll check at the end. Thanks, Bod, says Lover of Puns and me. I'm gonna jump on that train. Let me turn it off again. And Love always says, I would be a great juror. Who else thinks that they would be a good juror? Or have you been in the past? I've never been called as a juror. Lover of Fun says, I would be a terrible juror. No. I cannot believe this woman is in her 50s. She has the emotional maturity of a petulant teen. Absolutely. And Jacqueline Welch, consultant, live playing bomb parties. I won't be able to say that every time, but I'll try. Thanks so much, mods. You all rock. Absolutely. You've been a juror before? How'd that go? Was it like, what kind of case was it? Curious. I would have to mime info about the case to my loved ones. I know. I mean, I don't, yeah. Especially if it's heavy. I don't know. I mean, I would feel guilty as hell if it were my fault that there was a mistrial because of me. You know, I would feel so guilty. But I understand, like, I would want to be bursting at the seams, you know. I always see both sides, not a good juror. I do that too, and I really think it aggravates a lot of people, you know. I do. I think Joe's kind of like that too. I kind of recognize that. Janelle says she thinks she would be an okay juror. I think you would too. Drug case. Wow. That's interesting. I mean, no matter what, it is, whether it's a death penalty case, I've learned, or if it's multiple lives in prison, or if it's like my brother went to prison and 6 years. And so I think it was 6 years. It's under 6 because all this stuff happened around 6 years ago. I mean, no matter what, it's someone's life is on the line. I mean, I want them to look at that, like, if I'm the defendant, please treat me as if it's the death penalty, okay? I want, this is serious, you know, it's very serious. And please, you know, so I don't know. I feel like people maybe look at things different when it is a death penalty case versus just, you know, life in prison or yeah, would love to be a juror this trial just to see all the evidence that we don't get to see, right? Can't anybody go and see that though afterwards? I remember Judge Bresky talking about that. In the last one, like releasing the evidence. Don't quote me because I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, but I just seem to remember something around that. I do too. I do too. That's me. That's why I'm not there. It's torture to me. Like, I'd rather get needles poked in my eyeballs. Maybe not that far, but it just is very uncomfortable, you know? And then because everything's going off for me at the same, or it was in Idaho. Like, I was like, all my emotions, the noises, I mean, it's like everything was high definition and I was focused on everything and everybody all at the same time and processing my emotions somewhat. And then I really couldn't do that very well. It's like at one point I felt like I compared it to like having an outer body experience, which I don't even know what the hell that is. But if that was the feeling I had that day, it was about as close as I could imagine one. Because I'm like looking at Lori and I'm just like, what the hell are you? Like, I'm screaming in my head. I'm just like, how the F did we get here? Like, why are we here? How are we here? And like, why are we going this far? Like, and it's just so much going on. And then, so I would have to like focus on, I actually tried, it was the second day of Lori's trial. And I tried to, my mom didn't go, Brandon didn't go the second day. So it was me, Larry. I want to say my Uncle Jerry was there too. And I was behind Rachel Smith. And I remember I didn't see, I knew it was going to be a day when they were going to show autopsy pictures and stuff like that of the kids. And I was just like, okay, well, I felt like I could brave it or do it for whatever reason. And so I had the genius idea of just trying to suck it up. And that was a mistake because, again, Rachel Smith was in front of me and she was just getting photos ready to put on to the Elmo for whomever was arguing at that moment or questioning witnesses. And Ray Hermosillo was on the stand. And so like the way, whenever you're, let's say at a desk and you have papers on the desk or pictures and they were face down. And then it's like, I was behind her so I could see when she pulled them towards her. And so, but I mean, she didn't hold them up or anything. They were just right there at her stomach, I mean, but I saw the red pajamas and I don't know. It's just like something triggered. And I knew I couldn't make a racket. I couldn't make a scene. And that was torture because, I mean, I just could not ground myself. And I was like, just telling myself like, okay, just shut the hell up, so I opened my phone and I'm sitting there scrolling. I have my earbuds in and I'm just pushing every song I can on YouTube. Like I'd press a song and I'd flip it to another song and I would flip it to another song. And then I would try to text or tweet, or I was just trying anything just to hang to the next time I'll rise, so I can get the hell out of there. And so that's what I did. And then, so whenever we went to our break, me, Larry and Uncle Jerry, it was me, Larry and Uncle Jerry. And we were outside of the courtroom. And I remember Larry saying that he wanted to know what the police were going to do with the guns from Alex. And I was like, what? I thought that was a little weird, but I mean, he's an avid gun collector too. And I was just like, I don't know if he would destroy them. I was just trying to figure that out. And I remember asking him, like why you would want his guns, anyways. And so when they went back in the courtroom, I was like, okay, I'm going to go. My mom and Larry had like a condo. I mean, it was around a block away, it was a block away. And so I walked there and my mom was getting groceries. She was going to make a spaghetti. And so I was helping her up. It's like on the 7th floor and we were putting groceries up and she got a phone call or a text and something about, hey, get to the courthouse quick, and I'm like, oh shit. So we haul ass. We drove, which I mean, we could have ran, but we found somewhere to park quickly. And we got in, they shut the doors in the courtroom behind us. And then that's when Lori did not want to be there the rest of the day. She wanted to check out. And so before, I didn't even tell you, but before, I've shared it before, but before I left the court and went to my mom's, to just get the hell out of there, me and Lori had, like, when they said all rise and we're standing there. And so she's right, probably about 10, I don't really, 10 or so feet to my left, like in front of me, but a little to my left. And we made this awkward, long stare exchange. But it's like, how when you stare at something and then you just kind of go into a daze somewhat, so it's like we had this awkward long stare exchange, but it's like I saw right through her, and I mean, not in some weird way, but I don't know. It's like I didn't see anything there. You know how usually when you lock eyes with somebody, you communicate in a way with your eyes, with your facial expressions and things like that. I mean, I don't know. But so then that's when I left, hung out with Larry and Uncle Jerry for a little bit outside the courtroom. Then I walked to my parents, and that's helped my mom unload the groceries. She got the text. So we hauled ass back to the courthouse. Lori didn't want to stay. And that's the day they're showing the autopsy photos. And so the judge, of course, Judge Boyce made her stay, as he should have. But me and Mom left, went back to the condo, and it dawned on me after that. I was like, ew. I remember, like I started processing things. I don't process things right away. They kind of have to just kind of sink in. And I was like, oh my God. I remember having that long stare exchange with Lori, and then the bitch didn't want to come back, So I'm like, hell, I don't know if I kind of zoned out. I hope like hell she saw all the victims in my eyes, I hope like hell. I hope I scared her, but I'm not going to take that credit. I'm sure she just didn't want to see the pictures of her doing. So I'm going to read a few more updates. Okay, so the judge, whoa. Dang. Okay, I read that one. Judge explains what the charge is: conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The judge tells jurors that media will cover the trial, tells them to avoid news media coverage, but if they encounter it, turn it off immediately. He tells jurors to ignore cameras in the courtroom. Jurors will not be shown during the trial. At the end of the case, the alternate jurors will be picked by lot. The trial is expected to last no longer than June 23rd. If this case does go beyond next week, there will be no trial the following week. Judge says hopefully the case won't go past next week. The judge says we did have a delay from last Friday, and jurors are not to speculate about why there was a delay. Tomorrow, so this is important, tomorrow we will go at 10 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Friday, we will go from 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. The judge explains that tomorrow the prosecutor will give an opening statement. Lori will then give an opening statement, or she may wait to give her statement after the prosecutor's case in chief is done. That's crazy. An opening statement is not evidence. Quote, the purpose of an opening statement is to help you prepare for anticipated evidence, unquote, Bresky says. So the judge finishes reading instructions. He says there are some other issues he needs to take up outside of their presence. So the jurors are dismissed and will return by 10 a.m. That's June 5th, 2025 at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Okay. The judge tells the parties to make sure technology is ready to go tomorrow. Nothing further from the state. Lori, of course, asked about the media zooming in on the computer screen from Friday. How about don't sit in front of a camera? Just kidding. Bresky tells the media they cannot zoom into anything on the table. Notes, computers, etc. Nothing further. Join me. Okay, so Courtroom Insider Nate says, join me tonight at 8. Join Nate at 8. All right, so let me push this. Let me get the hell over there. Let me skedaddle paddle. So I'm just going to put that in the chat, and that's the hours. And I'll put that on the screen. Let me drink my damn drink because I sound like I hate that. My drink got hot. Yeah, bitch bum. Okay. And so I'm just going to summarize this real quick. Let me copy all this information and get it to summarize it for us. Whoa. Too fast. Copy. And okay. And just take it a few seconds. I'm so glad. Thank y'all for being here with me today and putting up with my shenanigans. I know we had somebody that was pissed off, said we were gossiping too much. I don't really too much understand that. I've not changed who I am this whole time. Okay. I gotta figure out which window. Number 2. Okay. Number 2. Okay. Nope, that's the wrong one, of course. So it's this one, right? It's one or the other. Okay, so it says here's the latest information. Oh no. Okay, I see what it did. I think. Hold on. Okay, yeah, it just continued it. Gotcha. I'm not reading all these bullet points again. Hold on. That's just crazy. Oh my gosh, come on. Okay, let me just say summarize. Summarize. Oh, been a long day. So here's a summary of the information from June 4th, 2025. Updates on Lori Vallow Daybell's trial. Jury selection complete and instructions given. The jury for the conspiracy to commit the murder of Brandon Boudreaux trial is set with 8 men and 8 women, 12 jurors, and 4 alternates. Okay. The jurors were sworn in and received extensive preliminary instructions from Judge Boreski. These instructions covered fundamental aspects of the trial, including the presumption of innocence, the prosecution's burden of proof, rules of conduct, no outside communication or media consumption about the case. So they still get to have their cell phones in there, and guidelines for evaluating witness testimony. The judge also addressed practical matters like note-taking, juror badges, and the process for submitting questions to witnesses. So we're going to do that again. Yay. Opening statements tomorrow. Opening statements are scheduled to begin tomorrow, June 5th at 10 a.m. Arizona time. The prosecution will present their opening statement first, and Lori Daybell, who is representing herself, will have the option to give her statement immediately after or let me take a sip. Or wait until after the prosecution has presented its case. Does this normal for my trial watchers out there? I have no idea. Okay, so we'll have the option to give her statement immediately after or wait until the prosecution has presented its case. The trial timeline, it's expected to last until approximately June 23rd. The court schedule for the next few days includes proceedings from 10 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. tomorrow, which is Thursday, and 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. on Friday. And then other notes. It says the judge addressed a previous delay, instructed jurors not to speculate about it, and ensured that media will not be allowed to zoom in on Lori's documents or computer during the trial. Okay, so is that okay? That's okay? That's okay? All right. Thank you for hanging out. And thank you, Donna, your lifesaver. And Trace, thank you for being in the courtroom the day after your birthday. I hope you had a fabulous birthday. And I hope you had a good time last night. And thank you, Beach Bum, Detective's Daughter, Bewitched. I'm trying to be better at this. I go blank. Oh yeah, librarians. Y'all gotta stop changing y'all's names on me. Donna, Bowana, Banana, Fana, Pofana. Okay. And Trace, of course. I think I already said that. And who am I missing? Oh, Fancy Nancy. Hello. I feel like I'm missing somebody still. I am gonna make me a little list because it's just spontaneous knowledge that I don't keep at the top. It's always getting buried down by this wench. But anyways, yeah, thank y'all so much for being here today. Thank you, mods, as always. And all right, we have a jury seated, and it's the hoedown time. The hoe's going down. Hoedown time. Right? Wheelchair or not, we don't care. Okay? We don't care. She didn't care. So she needs to be held accountable again. And there's nothing wrong with that. So, all right, let's head over to KJ and the Ray and everybody else that we watch. Okay, like Joe Schmo. I make my rounds for sure. Sometimes twice. Yeah, thank you, Janelle. I will. Just me. Thank you. I'll let them know. Okay, the prosecution will be able to show that video of Lori and Chad. I don't know. And so I've got the people that I do watch and get different perspectives from. Oh, and Megan. I meant Megan too. And Wesley's. Okay, so I don't know, because like Nate, he was kind of like, I don't know. I don't know if that video will be shown, because there has to be somebody testify as a witness in order to introduce that in. And since I believe Nate said that the storage unit owner had not been subpoenaed. So I don't know. I don't know how that's going to work. So I don't like these bare trials, I want, bring it all. Bring it all and throw it at her. And then she'll have to figure it out. That's not on us. So I don't know. But I also was very skeptical last time with Trina K, because I was just like, what? How are they going to do this without the mental, Uncle Charles pleading with the cops, pleading with even the bishop of the church. I mean, all these things that he did. And I don't think he was even shown on body cam footage at all. I think the jurors actually only saw him deceased. And that's wild to me. Like, I'm just like, what? That blew my mind. So that's when I really got interested in the strategy and how these cases play out. It's very fascinating. It's like there's so many boundaries and hurdles, and it's like the Matrix, or you're going to step on a freaking landmine or something. I don't know. Total strategy. Yeah, it's fitting, huh? Hoedown time. Hook or hoe. Hooker's not playing hooky no more, or no mo. So it's hoedown time. Thank you. Couldn't Karen less. That's cute. Yes, that's always an option. Just sub to Joe. Who was the other? Megan Connor. That's Lori's cousin, whom, yeah, I've adopted for sure. My family has. Megan is a truth teller, and she, she's got some really good content. And she's ex-Mormon, and she has a very nice way of presenting information. She's very knowledgeable, so you definitely won't go wrong there. I'm glad to have you. Joe Schmo and Web Sleuth and Megan Connor. Yeah. I support the smaller channels. Okay. Okay. All right, guys. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Love always wins, right? Yay. Justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. Love always wins. You are proof of this. Mañana. Wheelchair